Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. There are some stories that remind us how fragile trust can be, especially when it comes to family. Tonight we're going to talk about Athena Valentini, a woman who dedicated her life to helping others, who loved unconditionally, and who never imagined that the very person she trusted most in this world would be the one to take her life. This is a story about devotion and betrayal, about a mother's endless love and a son's desperate greed. So settle in, get comfortable, and let me tell you about what happened in Grover Beach, California, in the autumn of 2018. Athena Ilona Valentini was born around 1954, and from the very beginning, people noticed something special about her. Even as a child, she was described as helpful and kind, the sort of person who would go out of her way to make sure others were okay. That compassionate nature never left her. It became the foundation of who she was, and the work she would eventually dedicate her life to. By the time we meet Athena in this story, she was 64 years old, and living in Grover Beach, a small coastal city in San Luis Obispo County, California. It's the kind of place where the ocean breeze carries the scent of salt and eucalyptus, where neighbors know each other's names, and where someone like Athena could feel safe and at home. She owned a modest condominium on the 200 block of South 9th Street, a quiet neighborhood where she could walk her beloved dog and enjoy the California sunshine. But Athena wasn't just living a quiet retirement. She was still very much working, still very much serving. She had spent her entire career in the medical field, specifically in correctional health care. Since 2011, she had worked for the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, and by 2013, she had settled into a position at the California Men's Colony State Prison in nearby San Luis Obispo as a licensed vocational nurse. Now, working in a prison isn't easy. It takes a special kind of person to provide care to inmates, people who society has often written off, people who are locked away from the world. But Athena saw past all that. She saw human beings who needed medical attention, who deserved dignity, who were still someone's son or brother or father. Her colleagues remembered her fondly, describing her as strong, loving, and caring. One coworker said, "Her and I connected from the very beginning. She's a good person, she's strong, very loving and caring." Athena didn't just show up to collect a paycheck. She genuinely cared about the people she treated. She brought that same kindness she'd had as a child into one of the most challenging work environments you could imagine. And when her shift was over, she'd go home to her condo, take her dog for long walks along the neighborhood streets, and enjoy the simple pleasures of life. Beyond her primary residence in Grover Beach, Athena also owned a second property, a condominium in Woodland Hills, which she rented out for additional income. She had worked hard her entire life, saved carefully, and built a modest but comfortable life for herself. By all accounts, she was doing well. She had her work, her home, her dog, and most importantly, she had her son. In the early 1990s, Athena gave birth to a boy named Levente Laszlo Lazar. Born in Hungary in 1992, Levente was the center of Athena's world. She spoke about him constantly, always with pride, always with love. To anyone who would listen, she would talk about her son's accomplishments, his intelligence, his future. She was that kind of mother, the kind who believed in her child unconditionally, who would do anything for him, who saw only the best in him even when others might have seen something else. By October 2018, Levente was 26 years old and living more than 2,000 miles away in Bloomington, Indiana, where he was attending college at Indiana University. The physical distance between them was significant. California to Indiana, the Pacific coast to the Midwest, but emotionally they remained close. Or at least that's what Athena believed. According to Shelby Holmes, one of Athena's friends and a colleague from her work at the prison, the two had a wonderful relationship. They had a great relationship. Holmes remembered. They talked every day over the phone. Every single day, mother and son would connect across those thousands of miles. Athena would tell him about her day, about the patients she'd cared for, about her walks with the dog. And Levente would tell her about school, about his life in Indiana, about his plans for the future. Athena was proud of her son for pursuing his education. She wanted him to succeed, to have opportunities she might not have had, to build a good life for himself. And she was willing to help him do that. She had worked hard, saved money, invested in property. She wanted to make sure that when she was gone, Levente would be taken care of. She wanted to leave him something substantial, something that would give him security and a head start in life. What Athena didn't know, what she couldn't have known, was that her son's life in Indiana wasn't quite what it seemed. Behind the facade of the college student working toward his degree, there was mounting pressure, growing desperation, and a financial situation that was spiraling out of control. Levente Lazar was drowning. Not literally, of course, but financially and emotionally, he was going under. By October 2018, he had accumulated more than $80,000 in debt. There was student loan debt, which isn't uncommon for college students, but there was more than that. There were tax liens, serious debts owed to the IRS, around $12,000 that hung over him like a dark cloud. There were bad investments that had gone wrong, money lost that he couldn't get back. And then there was his personal life. Levente had a girlfriend, someone he wanted to impress, someone he wanted to marry. But how do you plan a wedding when you can barely keep your head above water financially? How do you present yourself as a stable partner when creditors are calling and the bills keep piling up? The pressure was immense. And when people feel that kind of pressure, when they feel trapped with no way out, they start looking for solutions. Sometimes they make the difficult but responsible choice. They get a second job. They negotiate payment plans. They ask for help from family. But sometimes when the pressure becomes too much, when desperation clouds judgment, people start considering options they never would have thought possible before. Levente knew that his mother had assets. He knew about the condo in Grover Beach where she lived. He knew about the rental property in Woodland Hills, worth an estimated $440,000. He knew about her retirement account, her savings, the life she had carefully built through decades of hard work. And he knew something else, something that would become crucial to this story. He knew that he was named in her will as the primary beneficiary. Everything she had worked for would one day be his. But one day wasn't good enough. One day didn't pay off the IRS. One day didn't erase the student loans. One day didn't fund a wedding or fix bad investments. Levente needed money now, and standing between him and that money was his 64-year-old mother, living alone in her quiet condo in Grover Beach. October 24th, 2018 started like any other day for Athena Valentini. It was a Wednesday, a work day. She woke up in her home on South 9th Street, probably made herself breakfast, probably spent a few minutes with her dog before getting ready. Then she drove to the California Men's Colony, put on her uniform, and began her shift as a nurse. She moved through the prison corridors, checking on inmates, dispensing medications, providing care. It was routine work, but important work, and she did it with the same compassion and professionalism she always had. Her co-workers saw her that day. Everything seemed normal. Athena seemed like herself, kind, capable, focused on her hurries. When her shift ended that afternoon, Athena drove home. She probably felt good, probably looked forward to a quiet evening. Maybe she planned to take her dog for a walk, make herself dinner, call her son in Indiana like she did every day. She had no reason to suspect that this would be the last time she would pull into her driveway, the last time she would unlock her front door and step into her home. What happened next, in the hours between Athena arriving home and the discovery of her body, the following day, is something we can only piece together from evidence and investigation. But we know this. Sometime that evening, someone entered Athena's condominium. There were no signs of forced entry, which meant she likely opened the door willingly. She let this person in. She trusted them. And then in her own bedroom, Athena Valentini was attacked with savage brutality. She was stabbed multiple times with a sharp object, up to 10 times in the neck. Her throat was slashed. The attack was violent, personal, and deadly. There was a large amount of blood. Medical examiners would later determine that she died from sharp force trauma and multiple stab wounds. The murder weapon was never found. Whoever killed Athena took it with them when they left. They also took other items from the condo, though exactly what was stolen would become part of the investigation. And they took something else, something that would later become a strange but significant detail. They took Athena's dog. That night, surveillance cameras in the area captured footage of someone emerging from Athena's condominium complex. The person was carrying a backpack and holding an unknown object. An unleashed dog was following them. The individual walked several blocks away to where a white Jeep was parked, got in, and drove away, heading toward Highway 10. Athena Valentini lay dead in her bedroom, and the person who killed her was already leaving California, already putting distance between themselves and the crime scene, already beginning what they must have hoped would be a perfect escape. The next day, October 25th, Athena didn't show up for work. This was unusual. Athena was reliable, dedicated, the kind of employee who didn't just not show up. When she didn't arrive at the California men's colony for her shift, her coworkers grew concerned. They tried calling her. No answer. They tried again. Still nothing. By late morning, they contacted the Grover Beach Police Department and requested a welfare check. Officers were dispatched to Athena's home on South 9th Street. They arrived around 11 o'clock in the morning, knocked on the door, called out. No response. They entered the residence and immediately knew something was wrong. The scene was grim. They found Athena's body in the bedroom, slumped on the floor, covered in what they described as a large amount of blood. It was immediately clear that this wasn't a natural death. Wasn't an accident. This was a homicide. Grover Beach's first of the year. The police secured the scene and began their investigation. Crime scene technicians processed the area, looking for evidence. Detectives started interviewing neighbors, friends, coworkers, anyone who might have information. They blocked off the surrounding streets, 9th Street between Rockaway Avenue and Long Branch Avenue, as they worked methodically through the evidence. One of the first things they noticed was that Athena's dog was missing. Neighbors confirmed that the dog was well loved by Athena and wouldn't go with a stranger. This was a significant detail. Whoever had been in that house, whoever had killed Athena, the dog had gone with them willingly. That suggested the killer was someone the dog knew, someone familiar. The autopsy would later reveal the full extent of Athena's injuries. The multiple stab wounds, the slashed throat. But even before those results came back, detectives were already developing theories about who might have done this. And one person kept coming up in their investigation. Athena's son, Levente Laszlo Lazar. Modern investigations are very different from what they used to be. Today, almost everything we do leaves a digital footprint. Our phones ping cell towers. Our cars are captured by license plate readers. Our internet searches are logged. Our movements are recorded by surveillance cameras we don't even know are there. We live in a world where privacy is an illusion and anonymity is nearly impossible. For criminals, this creates a serious problem. For investigators, it creates opportunity. As the Grover Beach Police Department and the San Luis Obispo County District Attorney's Bureau of Investigation dug into Athena's life and death, they started following digital breadcrumbs. And those breadcrumbs led them across the country to a college town in Indiana. To a young man who claimed to love his mother, but whose actions told a very different story. The first major break came when investigators looked at surveillance footage from the area around Athena's condominium. That footage showed someone matching Levente's description, leaving the building on the evening of October 24th, carrying a backpack, with Athena's dog following. The person got into a white Jeep and drove away. Levente owned a white Jeep, but he was supposed to be in Indiana, more than 2,000 miles away. So investigators started checking. They looked at license plate readers along major highways, automated cameras that capture and log every vehicle that passes by. And there it was, Levente's Jeep, captured traveling across the country in the days before and after Athena's murder. Oklahoma, Highway 16S6, Bakersfield. The vehicle had made a 2,400-mile journey from Indiana to California and back. But that wasn't all. Investigators discovered that just before making this cross-country trip, Levente had purchased a prepaid Cricket cell phone, what's commonly called a burner phone. He had bought it under a different name and used a P.O. box in Cincinnati as the address. This is the kind of thing people do when they don't want to be tracked, when they don't want their movements to be traced. It's the kind of thing people do when they're planning something they know is wrong. The burner phone's records showed that it had pinged cell towers along the route from Indiana to California in the days leading up to Athena's death. It had been active in Oklahoma, along the interstate, and then in Grover Beach, California. After the murder, it pinged towers on the return journey, following Highway 66 through Bakersfield as Levente made his way back to Indiana. Then there was the iPad. When investigators executed a search warrant at Levente's apartment in Bloomington, they found his iPad and sent it to the cybercrime lab for analysis. What they discovered was chilling. On October 25, 2018, the day Athena's body was discovered, Levente had conducted multiple Google searches. At 11:03 a.m., he searched for homicide Grover Beach, 9th Street. He searched for Levente Lazar suspect Grover Beach. He searched for Levente Lazar murder Grover Beach. He searched for Grover Beach murder. Think about that for a moment. At 11:03 in the morning on October 25th, Levente was searching the internet for news about his mother's murder. But here's the thing. Athena's body wasn't discovered until around 11:00 a.m. that same day. The police hadn't even finished processing the scene yet. No news articles had been published. No information had been released to the media. There was no way Levente could have known about his mother's death from any legitimate source at that time. Unless, of course, he already knew she was dead. Unless he was the one who had killed her. The investigators also found something else during their search of Levente's apartment. Athena's original will. The document that named him as the primary beneficiary of her estate was in his possession. He had it in Indiana, in his home, when it should have been with Athena's attorney, or in a safe deposit box in California. And there was more. In the months before his mother's death, Levente had been asking questions about her estate. He had inquired about the value of her Woodland Hills condominium. He had asked about her retirement accounts. He had searched online for information about inheritance laws, about probate, about what happens to an estate when someone dies. One search that particularly stood out. He had looked up whether murderers were eligible to inherit from their victims. The picture was becoming clearer. The evidence was mounting. Levente Lazar had motive. He was drowning in debt and stood to inherit hundreds of thousands of dollars from his mother's estates. He had opportunity. The license plate readers and cell phone records proved he had been in California at the time of the murder. And he had taken steps to conceal his involvement, using a burner phone and lying about his whereabouts. A.C. Neal, who was then the assistant chief investigator with the San Luis Obispo District Attorney's Office, was tasked with notifying Levente of his mother's death. Neal contacted the Bloomington Police Department in Indiana, and they arranged for an in-person death notification at Levente's apartment. After receiving the news of his mother's death, Levente agreed to speak with investigators. He waived his Miranda rights and sat down for an interview at the Bloomington police station. It was a voluntary interview, and Levente seemed calm, composed, willing to talk. At first, Levente denied everything. He claimed he hadn't been to California since January 2018. He said he only had one phone, his regular cell phone, and didn't know anything about any prepaid burner phone. He expressed shock and sadness about his mother's death. He said all the right things, showed all the right emotions. But Neal wasn't fooled. He had evidence, and he started presenting it piece by piece. The license plate readers that had captured Levente's Jeep traveling across the country. The cell phone records showing the burner phone's journey from Indiana to California. The surveillance footage from Grover Beach. Faced with this evidence, Levente's story began to change. He admitted, yes, okay, he had bought a burner phone, and yes, he had driven to California, but he had a good explanation for all of it. He insisted. He said he had made the trip to buy marijuana. It was legal in California, but not in Indiana, and to get a ring from his mother's house that he wanted to give to his girlfriend as a promise ring. He said he'd wanted to surprise his mother with a visit, but when he arrived at her condo, she wasn't home. He said he never saw her, never went inside, just left and drove back to Indiana. It was a story, but it was full of holes. Why would someone drive 2,400 miles to buy marijuana when there were countless easier and safer ways to obtain it? Why use a burner phone for a simple visit to your mother? Why lie about the trip initially if it was innocent? When asked about his financial situation, Levente claimed his mother had mailed her will to him, and he was helping her with financial planning. But that didn't explain why he had been searching online for information about whether murderers could inherit from their victims. It didn't explain the Google searches about his mother's murder before her body had even been discovered. And then there was something else Neil learned during the interview. Something that revealed Levente's priorities in the wake of his mother's death. When asked about funeral arrangements, Levente said he didn't plan to attend his mother's memorial service. He wouldn't be coming to California to say goodbye to the woman who had raised him, who had loved him unconditionally, who had talked to him every single day. But he did plan to be in Oakland soon at the Alameda Superior Court, where he was scheduled to collect approximately $230,000 from an annuity settlement from the estate of Athena's former boyfriend, someone who had been like a father to Levente. He had already received about $155,000 from that estate, and was planning to take a $40,000 penalty to withdraw the remaining funds before his 30th birthday. He also mentioned that he had been in contact with a real estate broker about selling his mother's Woodland Hills condo, which was worth about $440,000. Combined with Athena's other assets and retirement accounts, her estate was valued at nearly $500,000, and all of it would go to Levente. Investigators did the math. At the time of her death, Athena's total estate, her condos, her retirement account, her savings, was worth approximately $493,000. Levente owed the IRS $12,000. He had student loan debt. He had bad investments to cover. He wanted to fund a wedding. And standing between him and financial solvency was his 64-year-old mother. The motive was crystal clear. On November 6, 2018, just 12 days after Athena's body was discovered, the San Luis Obispo County District Attorney's Office filed murder charges against Levente Laszlo Lazar. He was arrested in Indiana and booked into the Monroe County Correctional Center, where he waited to be extradited back to California to face justice. The case against him was strong. Prosecutors charged him with first-degree murder with special circumstances, specifically that he had murdered his mother for financial gain. Under California law, this special circumstance made him eligible for life in prison without the possibility of parole. In April 2019, Levente appeared at a preliminary hearing where investigators testified about the evidence they had gathered. Judge Matthew Guerrero heard the testimony about the digital trail, the surveillance footage, the burner phone, the Google searches. He ruled that there was sufficient evidence for the case to proceed to trial. The trial began on October 2, 2019, almost exactly 1 year after Athena's murder. It would last 3 weeks, and during that time, jurors would hear testimony and see evidence that painted a devastating picture of premeditation, deception, and betrayal. Deputy District Attorneys Kelly Mandarino and Lindsay Bittner presented the prosecution's case methodically. They showed the jury the surveillance footage of someone matching Levente's description leaving Athena's condominium complex with her dog. They presented the license plate reader data showing his Jeep traveling across the country. They showed the burner phone records, the cell tower pings, the route from Indiana to California and back. They brought in Casey Neal to testify about his investigation, about the interview with Levente, about the lies and the constantly changing stories. They showed the jury Levente's internet search history, the searches about inheritance, about probate, about whether murderers could inherit from their victims. And most damningly, they showed the searches Levente had conducted on the morning of October 25th, searching for news about his mother's murder before law enforcement had even discovered her body. The defense tried to counter with Levente's own testimony. He took the stand in his own defense. A risky move, but sometimes a necessary one when the evidence against you is overwhelming. He testified about the burner phone, claiming he bought it because he didn't want his girlfriend to know he was planning the trip to California. He said he'd wanted to keep the promise ring a surprise. He testified that he'd come to California to buy marijuana and to surprise his mother, but she wasn't home when he arrived. He claimed the language barrier, English wasn't his first language, explained some of the odd internet searches. He said his mother had sent him her will and he was helping her with estate planning. But the prosecution tore his story apart on cross-examination. Why buy a burner phone under a fake name if you're just surprising your mother? Why lie repeatedly to investigators if you have nothing to hide? Why search for news about your mother's murder if you didn't know she was dead? Why inquire about selling her property and accessing her estate within hours and days of her death instead of grieving like a normal son would? The defense's strategy relied heavily on creating reasonable doubt. on suggesting that while maybe Levente's behavior was suspicious, that didn't necessarily mean he was a murderer. But the evidence was too strong, too comprehensive, too damning. After 3 weeks of testimony, the prosecution and defense delivered their closing arguments. The jury, 6 men and 6 women, retired to deliberate. They had a lot to consider. The digital evidence, the surveillance footage, the lies, the motive, the timing of everything. They deliberated for several hours over 2 days. On October 21st, 2019, they reached their verdict. Guilty. Guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. And the special circumstances allegation that Levente had murdered his mother for financial gain was also found to be true. The jury had also found 2 additional sentencing enhancements, that he had used a deadly weapon and that he had been motivated by monetary gain. District Attorney Dan Dow issued a statement. While we are deeply saddened by the senseless murder of Athena Valentini, we are grateful to the jury for holding the perpetrator, her only son, responsible for the killing based on the totality of the evidence presented. Let this verdict send a strong message that we will be relentless in our pursuit of justice and we will find those responsible even when they attempt to conceal their tracks by various means, including the use of technology. Sentencing was scheduled for December 11th. On the morning of December 11th, 2019, Levente Laszlo Lazar stood before San Luis Obispo County Superior Court Judge Matthew G. Guerrero for sentencing. He was now 27 years old. His mother had been dead for over a year. The trial was over. The verdict was in. And now came the final piece. Punishment. Because of the special circumstances finding murder for financial gain, Levente faced only one possible sentence. Life in prison without the possibility of parole. There would be no chance for parole hearings. No possibility of early release. No hope of freedom. He would die in prison, just as his mother had died at his hands. Judge Guerrero imposed the sentence. Life without parole. District Attorney Dan Dow spoke about the case. While no amount of punishment will bring our victim Athena Valentini back, a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole is a just outcome for this senseless murder. Mr. Lazar was wrong when he thought he could literally get away with murder by using technology and deception to hide his involvement. We will always use every means at our disposal to find those responsible, even when they attempt to conceal their tracks. Casey Neal, the investigator who had worked so hard on the case, reflected on his interactions with Levente. When we arrested Levente Lazar, I felt that there was something broken in that person, and I was more confident that he had committed this crime than almost any other I had investigated. The case made headlines not just locally but nationally. It became the subject of true crime documentaries, podcasts, and articles. Investigation Discovery featured it in an episode of their show Caught in the Net, titled The Dog Knows, highlighting how digital technology had been crucial in solving the case. Today, Levente Laszlo Lazar, now in his early 30s, is serving his life sentence in a California state prison. He will never be free. He will never inherit his mother's estate. California law prohibits murderers from benefiting financially from their crimes. The condos, the retirement accounts, the savings that Athena had worked her entire life to build. None of it went to the son who killed her. As for Athena's dog, the one that had followed her killer out of the condominium that night, despite extensive searches, the dog was never found. It remains one of the lingering mysteries of the case, a small but poignant detail that adds to the tragedy of the story. There's something particularly heartbreaking about this case. It's not just that a woman was murdered, though that alone is tragic enough. It's not even that she was murdered in her own home, a place where she should have felt safe. What makes this case so deeply painful is the betrayal at its core. Athena Valentini spent her life caring for others. She chose a profession, nursing in a correctional facility, that required compassion, dedication, and a genuine belief in the humanity of all people, even those society had rejected. She gave that same unconditional love to her son. She talked to him every day. She supported his education. She planned to leave him everything she had worked for. She trusted him completely. And the Levente repaid that trust by driving across the country with a weapon, entering her home, and stabbing her to death in her own bedroom, all for money. All because he had debt and saw his mother not as a person, not as the woman who had raised him and loved him, but as an obstacle standing between him and financial relief. The psychology of such an act is difficult to comprehend. How does someone make that choice? How does someone look at their mother and see dollar signs instead of the person who gave them life? How does someone plan a murder with such premeditation? Buying a burner phone, researching whether murderers can inherit, driving thousands of miles and then carry it through. Perhaps, as investigator Casey Neal suggested, there was something broken in Levante. Perhaps the pressure of debt and the desperation for money warped his thinking to the point where murder seemed like a rational solution. Perhaps he convinced himself that it would be easy, that he could get away with it, that technology would work in his favor rather than against him. The technology betrayed him just as he had betrayed his mother. Every digital footprint he left, the cell tower pings, the license plate readers, the internet searches, the surveillance footage became part of the web of evidence that trapped him. He thought he could be clever, that he could cover his tracks, that he could outsmart the investigators. He was wrong. The case serves as a reminder of several things. First, that in the modern age, true anonymity is nearly impossible. If you're planning to commit a crime, especially a serious one like murder, you should know that investigators have tools and technologies that can track your movements, reconstruct your actions, and build a case against you. The digital trail you leave can and will be used to bring you to justice. Second, it reminds us that greed can corrupt even the closest relationships. Money, or the desperate need for it, can twist people into versions of themselves they might not have thought possible. It can make a son see his mother as an obstacle rather than a person. It can make someone capable of unspeakable violence. And third, perhaps most importantly, it reminds us of the fragility of trust. Athena opened her door to her killer because she trusted him. She let him into her home because she loved him. She never suspected, not for a moment, that the son she had raised and supported and talked to every single day could be capable of harming her. That trust, that love, that belief in him, those were the very things that made her vulnerable. The friends and colleagues who knew Athena remember her as strong, loving, and caring. They remember her dedication to her work, her compassion for the inmates she treated, her joy in simple things like walking her dog. They remember a woman who made the world a little better just by being in it. She didn't deserve what happened to her. She didn't deserve to die in fear and pain in her own home. She didn't deserve to be betrayed by the person she loved most in the world. But she did deserve to be remembered. Not just for how she died, but for how she lived. As this story comes to a close, we're left with the weight of what happened in that small condominium in Grover Beach on October 24th, 2018. A devoted nurse, a loving mother, a kind person was murdered by her own son for money. The investigation that followed revealed the truth through digital evidence, patient detective work, and ultimately a justice system that held the killer accountable. Rovente Lazer sits in prison tonight and every night for the rest of his life. He has decades ahead of him to think about what he did, to contemplate the choice he made, to live with the knowledge that he killed the one person who loved him unconditionally. Whether he feels remorse, whether he has any understanding of the enormity of what he took from the world when he took his mother's life, we can't know. But the consequences of his actions are permanent and inescapable. Athena Valentini's story is one of many that remind us how precious life is, how important it is to cherish the people who love us, and how devastating greed can be when it takes hold of someone's heart. Her legacy lives on in the inmates she cared for, the colleagues who remember her kindness, the justice system that ensured her killer faced consequences, and in stories like this one that make sure she isn't forgotten. Rest in peace, Athena. You deserved so much better. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. Let me tell you a story from the mountains of North Carolina. A story about isolation, troubled youth, and a decision that would change everything. The mountains of western North Carolina have a particular quality about them in winter. The air is crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and wood smoke from distant cabins. Sheepback Mountain near the small town of Maggie Valley sits tucked away from the world, a place where people go to escape, to find peace, or sometimes to hide from problems they can't quite leave behind. In February of 2014, an 8-bedroom cabin sat on this remote mountainside. It was the kind of place that should have been filled with laughter and family gatherings, with the warmth of people coming together. Instead, it housed just two people, a 50-year-old man named Michael Howell and his 17-year-old daughter, Crystal. Michael Howell had once been a sports editor for the Columbia County News-Times. He was a man who understood the rhythm of deadlines and the satisfaction of words arranged just right on a page. When his marriage to Christina Rester ended sometime in the late 2000s, Michael retreated to this family cabin. It was meant to be a vacation home, a weekend getaway, but it had become his permanent residence. And when Crystal was around 12 years old, following her parents' divorce, she came to live with him. 5 years they spent together, in that cabin. 5 years of a father and daughter, trying to navigate life in isolation. Far from neighbors, far from the everyday rhythms that might have kept things normal. 5 years that would lead to a single day in February when everything fell apart. Crystal Howell wasn't born troubled, but trouble seemed to find her nonetheless. Her mother, Christina, would later describe her as an interesting child. The kind who always kept you busy, always kept you guessing. There was an energy to Crystal, a restlessness that manifested in small rebellions at first. The innocent mischief of childhood gradually transformed as she entered adolescence. By the time she was living with her father in that mountain cabin, Crystal's behavior had evolved beyond typical teenage defiance. She skipped school. She shoplifted. She pushed against every boundary, testing limits that her parents struggled to maintain. Her mother wanted her in therapy, wanted her on medication to address what were becoming obvious mental health concerns. But Michael resisted this approach. He felt strongly that therapy was taking the easy way out, that it was like placing a pillow over Crystal's face rather than helping her confront her problems head-on. The disagreement between Crystal's parents about how to handle her struggles became another source of tension in a situation already fraught with difficulty. Michael would complain that medication changed his daughter, made her someone different. But without professional help, without the structure and support she needed, Crystal's mental health continued to deteriorate. Living in isolation didn't help. The cabin on Sheepback Mountain, while beautiful and expansive, was far from the social connections a teenage girl might need. There were no neighbors close by to provide a buffer, no community to offer perspective, no daily interactions with other families to show what normal might look like. Just Crystal and Michael, day after day, working through issues that would have challenged any parent-child relationship, let alone one bearing the weight of divorce, mental health struggles, and the particular pressures of adolescence. February 24th, 2014, started like many other days. Michael and Crystal drove down from their mountain home to the Ingles grocery store in Canton. Surveillance cameras captured them shopping together, moving through the aisles in what appeared to be a routine errand, just a father and daughter buying groceries. Nothing remarkable to anyone who might have seen them. But something happened during that shopping trip. Crystal attempted to shoplift something. The records don't specify what it was. Perhaps it doesn't matter. What matters is that Michael caught her. In that moment, in the middle of a grocery store, Michael's disappointment and frustration with his daughter reached another peak. This wasn't the first time Crystal had been caught stealing. This was a pattern, another example of behavior he couldn't seem to correct, couldn't seem to stop. The ride back up the mountain must have been tense. One can imagine the silence, or perhaps angry words exchanged. The disappointment hanging heavy in the air between father and daughter. When they arrived back at the cabin, Michael's frustration was evident. Crystal, for her part, was angry too. Angry at being caught, angry at her father's disapproval, angry at a situation that felt suffocating. Michael, tired from the confrontation and the stress of dealing with his daughter's behavior, lay down on the couch to take a nap. It was afternoon, the winter light already beginning to fade from the mountain sky. He closed his eyes, perhaps hoping that some rest would help him figure out what to do next with Crystal, how to reach a teenage daughter who seemed to be slipping further away from him with each passing day. Crystal went to take a shower. The water ran hot, steam filling the bathroom as she stood under the spray. But her mind wasn't on getting clean. Instead, as she would later admit, she was thinking about the argument with her father. She was thinking about his disappointment, his anger, his attempts to control her behavior. And somewhere in that bathroom, under that running water, A thought entered Crystal's mind that she couldn't dismiss. She thought about killing her father. It wasn't a fleeting thought that passed quickly. It lodged in her mind, grew roots, transformed from impossible to possible to inevitable. Years later, Crystal would describe it as an impulse, something that happened so fast there was no real thinking involved. But the prosecution would paint a different picture of a girl who had time to think, time to plan, time to consider what she was about to do while the water ran and her father slept unsuspecting in the next room. When Crystal emerged from the bathroom, she didn't go to her father to talk things through. She didn't call her mother or a friend to process her feelings. Instead, she went to where the shotgun was kept. In a rural area like Sheepback Mountain, having firearms in the house wasn't unusual. They were tools, meant for hunting or protection in an isolated area far from law enforcement. Crystal picked up the shotgun. The weight of it in her hands must have felt surreal, like she was watching herself from outside her body, seeing what she was about to do, but unable or unwilling to stop it. She walked to where her father lay sleeping on the couch, his guard completely down, trusting that he was safe in his own home with his own daughter. She aimed at his head, close range, point blank, and she pulled the trigger. The sound of a shotgun inside a house is deafening. The blast would have echoed off the walls, impossibly loud in the quiet of the mountain cabin. Michael Howell died instantly from the single gunshot wound to his head. He never woke up, never knew what happened, never had a chance to defend himself or even to see what was coming. For a moment, Crystal must have stood there, ears ringing from the gunshot, looking at what she had done. Her father's body lay on the couch, and there was blood, so much blood. The reality of what had just happened must have crashed over her like a wave. She had killed her father. There was no taking it back, no undoing what was done. But if there was a moment of panic or regret, it didn't last long, because what came next showed a level of calculation that would later trouble prosecutors and judges alike. Crystal didn't call the police. She didn't call her mother. She didn't break down or confess or do any of the things one might expect from a 17-year-old girl who had just committed an unthinkable act. Instead, Crystal began to cover up what she had done. The cleanup was methodical. Crystal found a large plastic storage container, the kind people use for storing seasonal decorations or extra belongings. She somehow managed to move her father's body. He was a 50-year-old man, not a small person, and placed it inside this container. Then she dragged or carried the container out to the storage shed behind the house. The couch where Michael had died was soaked with blood. Crystal disposed of it, getting rid of the most obvious evidence of what had happened. She found the shell casing from the shotgun and disposed of that as well, and the murder weapon itself. The shotgun she had used to kill her father, she sold it to someone, turning the very instrument of her crime into cash. With her father's body hidden in the shed and the immediate evidence gone, Crystal began the next phase of her deception. She started telling people that Michael was gone. But she didn't tell them the truth, that he was dead in the shed, that she had killed him. Instead, she spun a story. To some friends, she said her father had gone away for an extended period. He was traveling, he'd be back eventually, don't worry about it. To others, she told a darker tale that Michael had driven to Georgia and committed suicide there. The story varied depending on who she was talking to, but the core lie remained the same. Her father was gone, but he wasn't dead in the shed just yards away from where they stood. And then Crystal did something that would later shock investigators, and the public alike. She invited friends to come live with her in the cabin. Think about that for a moment. Her father's body was decomposing in the shed, and she was bringing people into the house, having them stay overnight, hosting gatherings. She told these friends that she was hiding from Department of Social Services until she turned 18. But if DSS found her, they would take away her father's possessions and put her in foster care. She needed them to help her maintain the house, to help her keep up appearances until she was legally an adult. The friends believed her. Why wouldn't they? Crystal was their age. She seemed scared of being taken away from her home. And the story made a certain kind of sense. So they moved in, and life in the cabin took on a surreal quality. Without adult supervision, the isolated mountain cabin transformed from a family home into something else entirely. Crystal had access to her father's bank accounts. She knew his PIN numbers, his passwords. She began spending his money freely on drugs, on alcohol, on whatever she and her friends wanted. The party started. In that remote location where no neighbors could see or complain, the teens threw gatherings fueled by drugs and alcohol. The spending became more extravagant. At some point, someone, whether it was Crystal or one of her friends, the records aren't entirely clear, had a stripper pole installed in the kitchen. A stripper pole in the kitchen of a family cabin, while the owner of that cabin lay dead in the shed outside. Crystal drove her father's Land Rover around like it was her own. She spent his money at stores and restaurants. She was living, as the district attorney would later put it, on her own terms, at her father's expense. For nearly a month, this bizarre situation continued. Michael Howell's body remained in the shed, slowly decomposing, while just yards away his daughter and her friends partied in his house, spent his money, and lived as though nothing was wrong. But Crystal must have known on some level that this couldn't last forever. Bodies are discovered, money runs out, questions get asked, and eventually people start looking for answers. On March 19th, 3 weeks after the murder, Crystal made a phone call to her mother in Augusta, Georgia. She told Christina that Michael had released her from his custody, that he had essentially given her permission to leave and go live with her mother. It was an unusual claim. Michael hadn't been in contact with Christina, hadn't arranged anything of the sort, but Crystal insisted it was true. She wanted to come home to Augusta. Christina was skeptical. She told Crystal that she would need to provide proof of emancipation before she could come live with her. Legal documentation showing that Michael had officially released custody. Without that, Christina wasn't going to simply take Crystal in based on a phone call. But Crystal was undeterred. On March 22nd, just 3 days after that phone call, Crystal showed up at her mother's house in Augusta. She arrived driving her father's Land Rover, pulling a U-Haul trailer packed with her belongings. She had taken $3,000 in cash from her father's accounts. She walked into Christina's house and announced she was home, apparently expecting her mother to accept the situation and let her stay. Back at the cabin in North Carolina, the friends Crystal had left behind were preparing to move a pinball machine into the storage shed. They needed more space in the house, and the shed seemed like the logical place to store extra items. They opened the shed door, maneuvered the heavy pinball machine inside, and then in that dim space that smelled of earth and storage and something else they couldn't quite identify, they found the plastic container. They opened it, and there was Michael Howell, still wearing the same clothes he'd had on the day he died. His body wrapped in a sleeping bag, heavily decomposed after nearly a month in the shed. The friends who had been living in his house, spending his money, believing their friend's story about him being away or having killed himself in Georgia, they suddenly understood that they had been lied to, that Michael Howell hadn't left at all, that he had been there the entire time, in the shed, while they slept in his beds and ate his food and partied in his house. They immediately called the Waynesville Police Department. Officers arrived at the remote cabin on Sheepback Mountain and confirmed what the friends had found. This was now a homicide investigation, and the person who had been living there with the victim, the person who had the most to gain from his death, was Michael Howell's daughter, Crystal. The police traced Crystal to a Motel 6 in Richmond County, Georgia. On March 23rd, just 1 day after her father's body was discovered, officers arrested her. She was still in possession of her father's Land Rover, still had the U-Haul full of his belongings. During questioning, Crystal's story began to unravel. At first, she claimed it was an accident. She said the safety on the shotgun had malfunctioned, that she hadn't meant for it to go off. But the evidence didn't support an accidental shooting. The close-range wound, the position of her father's body, the cleanup and disposal of evidence. All of it pointed to an intentional act. Eventually, Crystal admitted the truth. She had killed her father. She had shot him while he slept on the couch. She had hidden his body, disposed of evidence, and then spent a month living off his money while pretending he was still alive. On April 3rd, Crystal was extradited back to North Carolina. She was taken to the Haywood County Detention Center, where she would await trial for the murder of her father. The case made headlines across North Carolina and beyond. A teenage girl who killed her father, hid his body, and threw parties in his house. The story had elements that captured public attention. The age of the perpetrator, the audacity of the cover-up, the month-long deception. People struggled to understand how a 17-year-old could do such a thing. The defense and prosecution would offer very different narratives about who Crystal Howell was and why she had killed her father. Crystal's attorney, Bridget Aguirre, emphasized her client's mental health history. The court heard that Crystal had been in counseling since she was 12 years old, that she had been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, a serious condition marked by instability in moods, behavior, self-image, and functioning. People with this disorder often act impulsively and have difficulty maintaining stable relationships. Crystal's aunt, Brenda Ellis, spoke to the press, trying to provide context for what had happened. She said there was much more wrong with Crystal than had come out publicly. That Crystal had been through things, had compounded traumas that contributed to her state of mind. She insisted that Crystal wasn't a heinous monster, that what happened was a heartbreaking tragedy. But the prosecution told a different story. Assistant District Attorney Jeff Jones laid out the evidence for the court. Crystal had been caught shoplifting by her father. She came home, took a shower, and admitted that while in that bathroom, she thought about killing her father, and then she went and did it, grabbed a shotgun and shot him in the head while he slept. That wasn't the action of someone having an uncontrollable impulse, Jones argued. That was execution, and what she did after the murder told them everything they needed to know about her motive. She didn't confess. She didn't turn herself in. She didn't show remorse. Instead, she hid the body, disposed of evidence, lied to everyone around her, and then spent a month partying, spending her father's money and living exactly as she wanted to live. District Attorney Ashley Welch summarized it clearly. Crystal wanted to live on her own terms, at the expense of Michael Howell's life. The mental health issues were real, perhaps, but they didn't excuse what she had done or the calculated way she had covered it up. The case never went to trial. On October 10, 2016, more than 2 years after the murder, Crystal Howell appeared in Haywood County Superior Court and entered a guilty plea. Speaking in a voice barely above a whisper, unshackled, she admitted her guilt before the court. She pleaded guilty to first-degree murder, concealing a death, and failing to report a death not from natural causes. The judge handed down the sentence, 60 to 84 months for concealing a death, and failing to report it, with credit for the time she had already served, and then, consecutively, a minimum of 25 additional years for the murder charge before she would even be eligible to apply for parole. In total, Crystal Howell would serve a minimum of 30 years before she could seek release. She would be in her late 40s before parole was even a possibility. The judge addressed her directly, telling her that taking responsibility for her choices was the first step toward healing, for both herself and her family. He read from a statement Crystal's mother had written, "I won't give up on her, and I hope that with help and counseling she will find a place of peace." As her mother Christina and her sister Sierra held each other and quietly sobbed in the courtroom, Crystal was taken away to begin serving her sentence. She was transferred to the North Carolina Department of Adult Corrections, where she remains incarcerated today at the Anson Correctional Institution in Polkton, North Carolina. Years have passed since that February day in 2014. The case has been featured on Investigation Discovery's Deadly Sins series, in the episode Sugar and Spite, which examines cases where daughters killed their fathers. In 2023, Crystal decided to tell her story for the first time in a 10-part podcast series called Killing Dad, a first-degree mistake. In interviews for the podcast, Crystal has offered her own perspective on what happened. She denies that she killed her father for money or because she wanted freedom to party with her friends. She says that narrative was easier for people to accept, easier than confronting the possibility that she was a troubled child who had been asking for help and no one was listening. She describes the murder as an impulse, something that happened so fast there was no real thinking involved. She claims she never sat there and thought about killing anyone or hurting anyone before that day, and she suggests there were elements of her relationship with her father alleged abuse, threats, a life lived in fear that the court never fully explored. The podcast has generated some sympathy for Crystal. A petition was started asking the governor of North Carolina to reduce her sentence, arguing that she was acting in self-defense against an abusive father, that she had mental health issues that weren't adequately addressed, and that her sentence was disproportionately harsh compared to similar cases. The petition cites allegations of sexual abuse by a family member, of physical and mental abuse by Michael, of a childhood spent in and out of mental health facilities. But others point to the evidence that was presented at her guilty plea, the methodical cover-up, the month of parties and spending, while her father's body decomposed in the shed, the lack of any evidence that she was in immediate danger when she killed him. Michael was sleeping on the couch. If Crystal was truly in fear for her life, she could have left. She could have gone to her mother's. She could have called the police. Instead, she chose to kill him while he slept. then hide what she had done and profit from his death. The truth, as is often the case in stories like this, likely lies somewhere in the complexity between these narratives. A troubled teenager with real mental health issues. A father who was likely struggling to parent a difficult child in isolation, perhaps making mistakes of his own. A relationship that deteriorated over years until it reached a breaking point on an ordinary February afternoon in a cabin on a North Carolina mountain. The cabin on Sheepback Mountain is still there, though it's unclear who owns it now or whether anyone lives there. The shed where Michael Howell's body was found remains standing. The mountain continues its quiet existence, far from the concerns of the world below, just as it did before and during and after the events of 2014. Sometimes people visit Maggie Valley and drive past Sheepback Mountain without knowing the story that unfolded there. They see the beauty of the landscape, the peaceful isolation of the mountains, and they think what a nice place this would be to get away from it all. And it is a nice place most of the time. But sometimes isolation isn't freedom. Sometimes it's a pressure cooker, compressing problems until something gives way. Michael Howell's friends and former colleagues at the Columbia County News-Times remember him as a skilled writer and editor, someone who loved sports and could capture the excitement of a game in just the right words. His family remembers a man who tried his best with a difficult situation, who took his daughter in after the divorce and tried to provide for her and guide her, even when that guidance was rejected. Crystal Howell sits in prison, serving her sentence, working through her own understanding of what happened and why. She has decades ahead of her before she can even apply for parole, decades to consider the choices she made, the life she took, the future she traded for one moment of impulse, or rage, or fear, whatever it was that drove her to pick up that shotgun on a February afternoon. And Christina Rester, Crystal's mother, lives with the impossible weight of having lost her ex-husband to violence and her daughter to prison. She has lost both parents to Crystal's children, should Crystal ever have any. She has lost the future she imagined for her family, but she has not, as she said in that statement read at the sentencing, given up on her daughter. This is one of those true crime stories that doesn't have a satisfying resolution. There's no clear villain, no moment where justice feels complete, no sense that everything has been resolved. A man is dead. A teenage girl. Now a woman is in prison. A family is shattered. Mental health issues went unaddressed until they contributed to tragedy, and were left with questions about what might have been different if Crystal had gotten help earlier. If the family hadn't been so isolated, if that one day in February had unfolded differently. The mountains of North Carolina are beautiful in all seasons. Spring brings wildflowers. Summer brings hikers and tourists. Fall brings leaves, turning impossible shades of orange and red. Winter brings snow and quiet and the smell of wood smoke from distant cabins. The seasons change, the years pass, and the mountains remain. But in one cabin on Sheepback Mountain, on one particular day in February 2014, a father died and a daughter's life changed forever. And that story, like the mountains themselves, remains a reminder of how quickly things can fall apart. How tragedy can strike even in the most beautiful places. How the human capacity for violence can emerge in the most unlikely circumstances. The investigation is long closed. The trial is long over. The sentence is being served. But the questions linger, the way they always do in cases like this. What could have been done differently? Who was at fault? Was justice served? And will Crystal Howell, decades from now when she finally has the chance to apply for parole, have found the peace her mother hoped for? Or will she remain forever shaped by what she did on that February afternoon when she was 17 years old? These are questions without easy answers. And so we're left with the facts of the case, the story of what happened, and the knowledge that somewhere in the North Carolina mountains there's a cabin that witnessed the worst day of two people's lives. The last day of Michael Howell's life, and the day Crystal Howell's childhood ended and her life as an inmate began. Please, if you're still awake, drop a candle. I want to see who's still with me. Also, don't forget to tell me where you're listening from, the time in your corner of the world, and maybe share one thing you've learned from tonight's stories. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Tonight, I want to tell you about a woman named Dianca Carrasco, a young mother, a nurse, a sister. Her story begins not with violence, but with hope. And it ends, as so many of these stories do, with questions that still hang in the humid Texas air. Bianca Zanet Carrasco was born on July 21st, 1986, in Odessa, Texas. It's a small city in the western part of the state, where the oil fields stretch out under an endless sky and the summers are brutal. Her parents were Barbara and Michael, and Bianca had an older sister named Giovanna, just 18 months older. The two girls were inseparable. Their childhood wasn't easy. In fact, it was fractured, to use Giovanna's word. Their home life was unstable, marked by their mother's struggles. The details of what happened behind closed doors remain private. But what we know is this: Bianca and Giovanna learned early on that they could only truly rely on each other. They formed a bond that would last their entire lives. A bond that makes what happened later all the more heartbreaking. As Bianca grew into a teenager, she was known for her warm smile and her compassionate heart. She was the kind of person who would do anything for anyone. She was funny, loving, strong-willed, but beneath that strength was a young woman searching for stability, for love, for a life that felt safe. When Bianca was just 17, she became pregnant. It was a devastating moment in her young life. The circumstances forced her to make an impossible choice. She gave the baby up for adoption. It's a decision that would haunt her for years to come. Giovanna would later say that this experience left a wound in Bianca's heart that never fully healed. After that, Bianca wanted a fresh start. She packed her bags and moved back to Odessa to be closer to her mother, hoping to mend their fractured relationship. But the reunion was short-lived. Her mother's life was still marked by instability, and Bianca realized she needed something different. So she moved in with Giovanna, and together the sisters began to reconnect with their mother's side of the family, a side they'd never really known. It was during this time that Bianca met a man named Joe Daniel Carrasco. He went by Daniel. He was 29 years old. Bianca was just 18, and here's where the story takes its first dark turn. Daniel wasn't a stranger to the family. In fact, he had been married to Bianca's aunt. When Bianca was growing up, Daniel had been her uncle. It didn't take long for Bianca and Daniel to begin spending time together. She was vulnerable, still reeling from the loss of her first child, still trying to find her footing in the world. Daniel was older, established, perhaps seeming like the stability she craved. Soon Bianca became pregnant again. And in 2004, when Bianca was just 18 years old, she and Daniel got married. Their first child was born shortly after. Over the next 11 years, they would have 3 children together. 3 kids who, by all accounts, were Bianca's entire world. But from the very beginning, the marriage was troubled. Daniel was controlled, according to Giovanna. He began to isolate Bianca from her family almost immediately after the wedding. Bianca hadn't spoken to her mother in nearly 5 years by the time she disappeared. Friends and family members noticed how Daniel monitored her, how he kept her close, how he seemed to need to know where she was at all times. Still, from the outside, they might have looked like a normal family. Daniel worked in the oil fields, often away for weeks at a time on a 7 days on, 7 days off schedule. Bianca stayed home with the children. She was devoted to them. She was the kind of mother who put her kids to bed every single night, who helped with homework, who made sure they felt loved. But Bianca wanted more for herself. She wanted a career. She wanted independence. And in 2013, the family moved from Odessa to San Antonio, 5 hours away, so Bianca could pursue her dream of becoming a nurse. San Antonio was supposed to be a new beginning. That fall, Bianca enrolled in the nursing program at Galen College of Nursing. It wasn't easy. She was balancing her studies with raising 3 children, but Bianca was determined. Her friend Julie Stinson met her during nursing school. Julie would later remember Bianca as a young mother just like her, someone who was funny and warm and full of life. She remembered how Daniel would tie Bianca's shoes when she was pregnant, a small gesture that made them seem like a couple in love. In October 2015, Bianca graduated with her nursing degree. She was 29 years old, and she had finally achieved something that was entirely hers. She landed a job as a registered nurse in the oncology department at an office in Live Oak, just outside San Antonio. Her coworkers loved her. She was compassionate, dedicated, the kind of nurse who gave everything to her patients. But even as her career blossomed, her marriage continued to crumble. Bianca began to confide in her coworkers. Not in her family, not even in Giovanna at first, but in the people she worked with every day. She told them about her unhappiness. She told them she wanted out, and at some point she changed her relationship status on Facebook from married to divorced, even though she was still living with Daniel. In March 2016, Bianca started seeing another man. We'll call him Steve, because his real name has never been publicly revealed. Steve didn't know Bianca was still technically married. To him, she was single, available, starting fresh. They began dating casually, nothing serious, but it was clear that Bianca was ready to move on with her life. And then on April 27th, 2016, Daniel found out. April 27th. That was the day everything started to fall apart. Daniel went through Bianca's phone and discovered she'd been seeing someone else. Bianca hadn't told him. He found out on his own, and his reaction was swift and severe. That same day, Bianca sent a text message to her sister Giovanna. It read, "Daniel emptied the account and opened another account without my name on it, so I have no access to money except my credit card, which is almost at the limit. I will not be controlled by a man and money." He had cut her off financially. Bianca had no access to their bank account. She was trapped. Over the next few days, the tension in the Carrasco household escalated. On April 28th and 29th, Daniel sent threatening text messages to Bianca. He said he was going to come to her workplace. He said he was going to kill her. Bianca showed these texts to her coworkers. She left work early one day because she was afraid he would actually show up. But when her coworkers expressed concern, Bianca tried to play it off. She joked, "In that way people do when they're scared but don't want anyone to worry." She said, "If I go missing, you know what happened." At the time, it seemed like dark humor. In hindsight, it sounds like a premonition. Sunday, May 1st, 2016. It was a warm spring day in San Antonio. Bianca spent the afternoon running errands, but she kept in touch with her children, checking in on them while she was out. She had plans. She was going to see a divorce attorney at the end of the week. She was finally going to make her separation from Daniel official. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Bianca spoke to Giovanna on the phone. They talked about the upcoming appointment with the lawyer. They talked about the kids, about custody, about what would happen next. Before they hung up, Giovanna told Bianca she loved her. Bianca said she loved her too. That was the last time they spoke. Around 3 in the afternoon, Bianca returned home. By 8 o'clock that night, she had put all 3 children to bed. She was probably exhausted. Mothers of 3 young kids usually are, but her day wasn't over yet. At 8:08 p.m., Bianca sent a text message to Steve, the man she had been seeing. At 8:38 p.m., she called him. It's unclear if they spoke or if the call went unanswered. And then, at 10:22 p.m., Bianca's phone was turned off. It has never been turned back on. At almost the exact same time, Daniel made a phone call from his own phone. What happened between 8:38 p.m. and 10:22 p.m.? Only 2 people know for sure. One of them is missing. The other is Daniel Carrasco. Here's what Daniel told police. He and Bianca got into an argument that night. It was about her affair, about the state of their marriage. The argument grew heated. At some point, Daniel says, he grabbed their youngest child, who was 5 years old at the time, and got into his truck. He said he was leaving for work, heading back to the oil fields in Odessa. According to Daniel, after he left, Bianca walked out of the house on foot, leaving their 2 older children alone and asleep in their beds. He said he passed her on the street as he drove away. He said they made eye contact, and that, according to Daniel, was the last time anyone saw Bianca Carrasco alive. But there are problems with this story. A lot of problems. First, Daniel claimed he was going to work in Odessa that night, but investigators would later discover that Daniel had quit his job weeks earlier. He wasn't going to work, he was going to his family's home. Second, Bianca's phone was turned off at 10:22 p.m., exactly when Daniel made his first phone call. According to everyone who knew Bianca, she never turned her phone off. Not ever. She was the kind of person who was constantly on social media, constantly texting, constantly connected. Her phone was her lifeline. The idea that she would voluntarily turn it off and walk away into the night, leaving her children behind, seemed impossible. Third, no one saw Bianca after she allegedly left the house. No neighbors. No passers-by. No security cameras. She simply vanished. Bianca didn't show up for work on Monday, May 2nd. Her coworkers were worried. It wasn't like her not to call, but when they tried to reach her, her phone was off. Giovanna started texting Bianca on Monday morning. No response. She texted again. Still nothing. By Monday afternoon, Giovanna was getting worried. She texted Daniel, asking if he'd heard from Bianca. He didn't respond. Finally, on Monday evening, Giovanna called Daniel directly. "I haven't been able to get a hold of Bianca," she told him. "What's going on?" Daniel's response was calm. "She left last night," he said. Giovanna was confused. "What do you mean she left?" "She walked away from the house," Daniel said. Giovanna couldn't believe it. "What about the kids?" she asked. Daniel assured her the kids were fine. He had come back to the house and found them still asleep. Giovanna pressed him. "Did you actually see her walk away?" "Yeah," Daniel said. "We made eye contact. I passed her on the street." On Tuesday, May 3rd, Bianca still hadn't shown up for work. Her co-workers called Giovanna. That's when Giovanna knew something was terribly wrong. She called the San Antonio Police Department and filed a missing person report. When police began investigating Bianca's disappearance, they quickly focused on two people, Daniel Carrasco and Steve, the man Bianca had been seeing. Officers went to Steve's mother's house. Steve wasn't there. He had been out of town that weekend, coaching a sports team, but his mother told police that a woman had been at the house over the weekend. She said the woman had been picked up by her husband around 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, the same day Bianca disappeared. But Steve was cleared. He had an alibi. He had witnesses. He wasn't involved. That left Daniel. At first, Daniel seemed cooperative. He spoke to police. He agreed to take a polygraph test. But then, something changed. Giovanna learned from someone that Daniel still had Bianca's phone, even though he had told her that Bianca had taken it with her. When police called Daniel and asked him to come in to discuss the phone, he stopped cooperating. He refused to speak to investigators without his lawyer present. He never took that polygraph test. Police tried to ping Bianca's phone, hoping to trace her location, but it was off. They upgraded her status to at risk. In the days after Bianca's disappearance, Daniel moved his children back to Odessa, back to the town where he and Bianca had first met, back to his family. He moved there within a week. He didn't search for Bianca. He didn't put up flyers. He didn't advocate for his missing wife. Months later, he quietly returned to the house in San Antonio, the house he and Bianca had shared. What happened to Bianca Carrasco? There are a few possibilities, but only one that makes sense to the people who knew her. Some people, perhaps those who want to believe the best, might think Bianca simply ran away. Maybe she was overwhelmed. Maybe she couldn't take the pressure of her failing marriage, her controlling husband, the weight of being a mother of 3. Maybe she just walked away and started over somewhere new. But everyone who knew Bianca rejects this theory outright. Bianca was a devoted mother. She loved her children more than anything. She had just graduated from nursing school. She had a career. She had a plan to divorce Daniel and start a new life. Why would she walk away from all of that? Why would she leave her kids alone in the middle of the night? And there's more. Bianca never accessed her bank account again. Her driver's license was never renewed. Her nursing license expired. She never logged into social media again. Not Facebook, not Instagram, nothing, for a woman who was constantly online. Constantly connected. That silence is deafening. Then there's the phone. Bianca's phone was turned off at 10:22 p.m. on May 1st. At the exact same moment, Daniel made a phone call. Investigators and family members have pored over the phone records from that night. Bianca's last activity was at 8:08 p.m. when she sent a text message to Steve after arriving home. Then there's nothing. No calls, no texts, no activity on either Bianca's or Daniel's phone until 10:22 p.m. What happened during those 2 hours? What happened in that house? The most likely explanation, the one that Bianca's family and friends believe, is that Bianca was killed that night. They believe Daniel killed her in a fit of rage and jealousy. They believe her body was hidden, perhaps in the wooded areas near their home, or transported somewhere else during the night. But without a body, without physical evidence, police have been unable to make an arrest. Daniel Carrasco has never publicly spoken about Bianca's disappearance in detail. When reporters from Crime Watch Daily tried to speak with him in Odessa, where he now lives with his 3 children, he refused to talk. His attorney released a brief statement. The Carrasco family is deeply grateful for the kind thoughts and prayers of so many people as they continue trying to adjust to their new lives. Joe and the children remain hopeful for Bianca's safe return. But Daniel has never searched for Bianca. He has never advocated for her. He has never publicly asked for help finding his wife. And according to Giovanna, Daniel has told the children that their mother left because she didn't want to be their mother anymore. That, perhaps more than anything, is what keeps Giovanna fighting. She can't let her nieces and nephew grow up believing a lie. She wants them to know that their mother loved them, that she didn't leave, that something terrible happened to her. In the years since Bianca disappeared, her family and friends have refused to let her case fade into obscurity. Giovanna has done countless interviews. She's appeared on podcasts, on news programs, on national television. She's worked with nonprofit organizations like Season of Justice and Search and Support San Antonio. In 2024, a billboard went up on Interstate 10 near Wurzbach Road in San Antonio, featuring Bianca's face and the words "missing since 20." Crime Stoppers has offered a reward, currently up to $5,000 for information leading to an arrest. Every year, on Bianca's birthday in July, her family and friends gather to honor her memory, to pass out flyers, to keep her name alive. They've done searches in the wooded areas near Bianca's home. They've combed through phone records. They've analyzed every detail of that night. But so far, they've found nothing. No body, no evidence, just questions. The San Antonio Police Department has assigned a homicide unit to the case, even though there's no concrete evidence that a homicide occurred. Officer Douglas Green told reporters, "We haven't had anything to show concretely that there was foul play involved, but the circumstances are certainly suspicious." Bianca's 3 children are now teenagers. They've grown up without their mother. According to Giovanna, they've been told a version of events that paints Bianca as someone who abandoned them, someone who chose to walk away. But Giovanna wants them to know the truth. She didn't just take off and never think about them and leave them, Giovanna has said. She didn't, and I want them to know that more than anything. It's a heartbreaking situation. These children lost their mother. They deserve to know what happened to her. They deserve justice. But without answers, they're left in a painful limbo, caught between a story they've been told and the terrible truth that their aunt is trying to uncover. As of now, Bianca Carrasco's case remains open and unsolved. It's been more than 8 years since she disappeared. The San Antonio Police Department continues to investigate, but with no new leads, the case has grown cold. Daniel Carrasco has never been named a suspect, though he's never been ruled out either. He continues to live in Odessa with his children. He's moved on with his life, even as Bianca's family remains trapped in a nightmare of unanswered questions. The truth is, we may never know exactly what happened to Bianca Carrasco. We may never know what occurred in that house on the night of May 1st, 2016. We may never know where her body is, if she's still out there somewhere, waiting to be found. But what we do know is this: Bianca was loved. She was a devoted mother, a caring nurse, a loyal sister. She had dreams. She had plans. She was trying to build a better life for herself and her children. And on one spring night in San Antonio, all of that was taken away from her. Her family will never stop searching. They'll never stop fighting. They'll never stop demanding answers, because Bianca Carrasco deserves justice, and her children deserve the truth. If you know anything about Bianca Carrasco's disappearance, anything at all, please come forward. Even the smallest detail could be the key to solving this case. You can contact the San Antonio Police Department or Crime Stoppers anonymously. You could be the one who brings Bianca home. As for the rest of us, all we can do is remember Bianca. Remember her smile. Remember her strength. Remember that she was more than just a missing person. She was a human being with hopes and dreams, and people who loved her. And somewhere in the darkness of that night, 8 years ago, the truth is waiting to be found. Rest easy, Bianca. Your family hasn't forgotten you. And neither have we. So if you're still awake, I'd like to know which of tonight's stories gave you chills the most. Was it the first story, the second, or the third? Meanwhile, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. In the summer of 2023, Thomas Wayne Waddle was living what most would consider a simple, uncomplicated life in Zanesville, Ohio. At 66 years old, Tom had reached that stage where the urgencies of youth had given way to quieter rhythms. He'd recently retired from Kroger, the grocery store where he'd spent years stocking shelves, helping customers, and building the kind of small friendships that make a workplace feel like community. Tom was born on July 25, 1957 in Cincinnati to Thomas Sidney and Ruth Ellen Waddell. He'd grown up in an era when neighborhoods knew each other, when doors were left unlocked, and when a man's word meant something. Those values had stayed with him throughout his life. His friends and family knew him as someone with a generous heart, someone who reached out to help those who were struggling. It was this very quality, this instinct to help others, that would ultimately lead him into the path of someone who saw his kindness not as a gift, but as an opportunity. By August 2023, Tom was living in an apartment on Sandhurst Drive in Zanesville, a modest place that he kept neat and orderly. His children, Olivia, Jonah Thomas, and Cody, along with his 7 grandchildren, were the center of his world. Pictures of them decorated his apartment. He was the kind of grandfather who never missed a birthday, who always had a story to tell, who made each grandchild feel like they were his favorite. But Tom's life wasn't without complication. He'd been in an on-again, off-again relationship for years with a woman named Deborah Frazier. Debbie, as she was known, was 30 years younger than Tom. They'd met at Kroger, where their paths had crossed in the everyday way that work relationships form. What had started as friendship had evolved into something more complicated, something that neither of them seemed able to fully commit to, or completely let go of. Tom's friends might have wondered what he saw in Debbie. The age gap was significant. Yes, but more than that, there were red flags that someone from the outside could see more clearly than Tom could. But Tom was a helper. He saw people who were struggling, and he wanted to lift them up. In Debbie, he saw someone who needed support, and his instinct was to provide it. Deborah Lynn Frazier was 36 years old in the summer of 2023, but she carried with her a history that should have served as warning signs to anyone who looked closely enough. Born and raised in Ohio, Debbie had spent her life in Zanesville, working various jobs, including her time at Kroger where she'd met Tom. But beneath the surface of an ordinary life, there was something else brewing, something that had been there for years. In 2014, almost a decade before Tom's death, Debbie had reported being assaulted, or she told police a frightening story, one that had prompted an investigation and consumed resources. But as investigators dug deeper, inconsistencies emerged. The story didn't hold together. Eventually, authorities concluded that the assault had never happened. Debbie had made it up, fabricated the entire incident for reasons that were never entirely clear. Then in 2023, just months before Tom's murder, she'd done it again. This time, she claimed to have been attacked by a man wearing a hoodie. Once more, police responded. Once more, they investigated. And once more, the story fell apart under scrutiny. It was another false report, another elaborate fiction. These weren't small white lies or exaggerations. These were detailed, specific allegations that required police to divert attention and resources away from real crimes. They showed a pattern, a willingness to manipulate, to deceive, to create entire scenarios out of nothing. But perhaps most chillingly, they showed someone who was becoming more comfortable with deception. Someone who was learning what details made a story believable. Someone who was getting better at lying. In the months leading up to August 2023, Debbie was juggling more than just her complicated relationship with Tom. She had another boyfriend. A man who had no idea that Tom even existed. To this other man, Debbie had spun an entirely different story about her life. She told him that she was a live-in nurse, a caregiver for an elderly man suffering from dementia. That elderly patient, she explained, was Tom Waddell. It was a cover story that was both brilliant and cold, allowing her to explain why she spent so much time at Tom's apartment, while painting herself as a compassionate caregiver rather than a romantic partner. But Debbie wasn't just maintaining 2 relationships. She was actively using the second boyfriend as a tool in an elaborate plan she was constructing. She asked him to do something that must have seemed odd but not necessarily sinister at the time. She wanted him to call Tom and pretend to be a bank fraud investigator. The boyfriend agreed, thinking he was helping Debbie protect her elderly patient from some kind of financial scam. He had no idea that he was actually being manipulated into becoming part of a much darker scheme. He would make calls to Tom, warning him about fraudulent activity on his bank account, creating a sense of urgency and confusion. Debbie was setting the stage, creating a narrative that would later explain financial irregularities. She was building the story, brick by brick, call by call. She was also conducting research. In the days leading up to August 9th, 2023, Debbie's phone revealed a series of internet searches that painted a disturbing picture of what was going through her mind. She searched for the PNC Bank logo. She researched information about bank fraud. These searches aligned with the fake fraud investigator calls she was orchestrating. But then the searches took a darker turn. How to load a revolver, she typed into her search bar. What does .22 ammo look like? She wanted to know. And most chillingly, worst place to get hit on the head. These weren't idle curiosities. These were the searches of someone planning something terrible, someone trying to figure out the mechanics of murder. During this time, Debbie also created a fake email account. She posed as a fraud claims representative and began sending emails that appeared to be official communications from the bank. She was creating a paper trail, a false narrative that would later help explain why Tom's bank account was being drained. Because that's what was happening. Tom and Debbie shared a joint bank account at PNC. Over the preceding weeks and months, the balance had been steadily depleted. By August 2023, what had once been a healthy savings account had been drawn down to just $2,000. Tom may have noticed. He may have asked questions. But Debbie had her story ready. Fraud, identity theft. The bank's working to sort it out. And she had her fake bank investigator calling, reinforcing the narrative. On the evening of August 9th, 2023, Debbie asked her other boyfriend for a favor. She needed rides around Muskin County that evening. He agreed, having no reason to suspect anything unusual. They drove around the area, with Debbie directing him to various locations. At one point, they stopped at Blackhand Gorge, a scenic area known for its walking trails. Debbie asked to be left alone for a while. She walked off by herself, later claiming she'd been talking to a counselor. Later, they drove to the Dresden area, where once again Debbie walked away, out of sight. Her boyfriend waited in the car, checking his phone, thinking nothing of these strange requests. He had no idea that Debbie was using him to establish an alibi, to create a timeline that would later be examined by investigators. She was being seen in public, away from Sandhurst Drive, while simultaneously preparing for what she knew was coming. So eventually, Debbie returned to Tom's apartment on Sandhurst Drive. By this time, it was approaching the evening hours. Tom was home, probably settling in for the night. His apartment, as always, was neat and well kept. There were no signs of the chaos that was about to unfold. Somewhere in those hours, probably between 5 and 9 p.m., Tom sat down in his recliner in the living room. It was his favorite spot, a place where he'd watch television, read the newspaper, or simply sat and thought about his grandchildren. His life, the quiet contentment of retirement. He had no reason to be afraid. Debbie was there, but Debbie was often there. She was familiar, part of the landscape of his daily life. Tom never saw it coming. Debbie moved behind the recliner where Tom sat. In her hand was Tom's own firearm, a .22 caliber revolver that he'd purchased decades earlier, back in 1990. She raised the gun, aimed it at the back of Tom's head, and pulled the trigger. The small caliber bullet entered Tom's skull. And just like that, 66 years of life ended. A father, a grandfather, a man who'd spent his retirement helping others, was gone in an instant. Tom Waddell died in his recliner, in his own living room, killed with his own gun by someone he'd tried to help, someone he'd cared for, someone he trusted. If Debbie had felt any remorse, any hesitation, any horror at what she'd just done, she didn't show it. Instead, she immediately set about covering up her crime. And she approached it with a level of planning that suggested she'd thought through every detail. First, she needed to deal with Tom's body. She couldn't leave him in the recliner. That wouldn't fit the story she was preparing to tell. She needed to move him, to hide him, to buy herself time. Debbie went to work with the kind of determination that would later shock investigators. She wrapped Tom's body in trash bags, pulling the heavy plastic over his arms, his legs, his torso. She secured the bags with duct tape, wrapping layer after layer around his body. Then she added a comforter, another layer of concealment. It was physical, difficult work. Tom wasn't a large man, but he was dead weight, and moving him from the recliner to the back bedroom would have required significant effort. But Debbie managed it. She dragged or carried Tom's wrapped body to the back room of the apartment, concealing him there. In her haste, in her determination, Debbie made mistakes. Small mistakes, the kind that wouldn't be obvious to her but would later prove crucial to investigators. As she worked, some of her hair got caught in the duct tape she was using to secure the trash bags to Tom's feet. She didn't realize she was leaving behind physical evidence that would later tie her directly to the crime. With Tom's body hidden, Debbie turned her attention to staging the scene. She needed to create evidence of a home invasion, a burglary, something that would explain Tom's death as the tragic result of a crime committed by strangers. She moved around the apartment, creating what she later characterized as ransacking. She knocked over some items, moved things around, tore up photographs of herself and Tom that were lying around the apartment. But it was half-hearted, superficial. The apartment still looked fundamentally orderly. Nothing of real value was disturbed. Tom's numerous firearms, the kind of items that would be the first things stolen in a real burglary, remained exactly where they'd always been. Debbie had one more crucial element to add to her story. She needed to establish herself as a victim too. Someone who had nearly died alongside Tom. She needed to be injured, to have physical evidence of having been shot by these fictional intruders. So Debbie took Tom's .22 revolver, the same gun she'd used to kill him, and she shot herself in the leg. The pain must have been excruciating. But Debbie had committed to her story, and this was the price of making it believable. The bullet tore through her flesh, creating a genuine wound that would require medical attention. Now she was ready. Now the stage was set. All she had to do was wait until the next day and make the call. At approximately 1:26 p.m. on August 10, 2023, the Zanesville Police Department received a 911 call that would set off a chain of events leading to one of the most shocking cases the department had seen in years. The caller was Deborah Frazier, and she sounded panicked, afraid, desperate. She told the dispatcher that she'd arrived at her boyfriend's apartment on Sandhurst Drive and found the door open. Inside, she said, the place had been ransacked. Things were knocked over, tossed around. Something terrible had happened. And then while she was still on the phone, she began to scream. There were men inside the house, she yelled. The dispatcher could hear the terror in her voice. And then unmistakably came the sound of a gunshot. Debbie screamed that she'd been shot. The intruders had shot her in the leg. She cried out. She needed help. She needed an ambulance. The dispatcher worked to keep Debbie on the line while simultaneously alerting officers. Within minutes, police were racing towards Sandhurst Drive, lights flashing, sirens wailing. A shooting in progress. A home invasion. Potentially multiple victims. When the first officers arrived at the scene, they found Debbie lying on the ground outside the apartment, bleeding from a gunshot wound to her leg. Next to her on the ground was a .22 caliber revolver. She told the responding officers her story. Two masked white men. They'd ransacked the place. They'd shot her as they were fleeing. Her boyfriend Tom was inside. Patrolman Byron Bollinger quickly applied a tourniquet to Debbie's leg. The wound was real, the bleeding serious. An ambulance was called and Debbie was transported to the hospital for treatment. But even as the ambulance pulled away, the responding officers were beginning to sense that something wasn't quite right about this scene. Detective Brian Ruff was the first detective on the scene and was immediately assigned to lead the investigation, as officers cleared the house to ensure there were no additional assailants hiding inside. Patrolman Logan Miller made a grim discovery in the back bedroom. There, wrapped in trash bags, duct tape, and a comforter, was the body of Thomas Waddell. The discovery immediately complicated the narrative Debbie had provided. If this had been a home invasion in progress, if Debbie had just arrived and interrupted burglars, why was Tom's body wrapped up and hidden? That kind of concealment took time. Planning. It wasn't consistent with a burglary interrupted. Detective Ruff stood in the apartment, taking in the scene with the experienced eye of someone who'd worked hundreds of cases. And almost immediately things didn't add up. The apartment was described in reports as well kept and orderly. Yes, some items had been moved around, some photographs had been torn up. But it was superficial. It looked less like genuine ransacking and more like someone had tried to create the appearance of ransacking without really committing to it. More significantly, nothing of value appeared to be missing. Tom owned several firearms, all of which were still in the apartment. Electronics, personal items, anything that would typically be stolen during a home invasion were all present and accounted for. Detective Ruff also noted the complete absence of any indicators of drug use or drug sales. In his experience, home invasions almost always involved properties associated with drugs in some way. Dealers getting robbed, users getting targeted, the overlapping circles of addiction and violence. But Tom's apartment showed none of those signs. He was a retired grocery store employee living a quiet life. There was no reason for someone to target him for a home invasion. The Licking County forensic pathologist Dr. Jeff Lee requested that Tom's body be transported to his office immediately and in the same condition it was found, still wrapped in the bags and tape. He wanted to process everything carefully to preserve any evidence that might be hidden in those layers. Detective Ruff organized his team. Some detectives would follow up on the home invasion angle, checking security cameras, interviewing neighbors, trying to find any evidence of these supposed masked intruders. Detective Gary Moore was put in charge of processing the scene, collecting anything that might be relevant. They collected hammers, knives, firearms. Anything that could have been used to cause death would be tested. Detective Jimmy Duvall was specifically tasked with interviewing Debbie again, and with testing her for gunshot residue, because one thing was already becoming clear to Detective Ruff. Debbie Frazier was not just a witness in this case. She was a suspect. As the investigation progressed through that first day and into the following days, the holes in Debbie's story became wider and more obvious. Dr. Jeff Lee completed his autopsy of Tom Waddell and delivered his conclusions. Tom had been dead for more than 12 hours before Debbie made that 911 call. In fact, based on the state of decomposition and other forensic markers, Dr. Lee determined that Tom had been murdered within approximately 4 hours of 9 p.m. on August 9, 2023, the night before Debbie reported finding him. This completely destroyed Debbie's narrative. She claimed to have just arrived, to have interrupted a burglary in progress. Though Tom had been dead for more than half a day by the time she made that call. The murder hadn't just happened. It had happened the night before. Detectives began pulling security camera footage from the apartment complex and surrounding businesses. They cast a wide net, obtaining video from residents' Ring cameras, from nearby stores, even going so far as to recover all security footage from every seat bus running in the city that day. They were looking for any sign of the two masked white men Debbie had described fleeing the scene. They found nothing. No footage showed anyone matching that description, entering or leaving the apartment complex. No video captured anyone running away. It was as if these intruders had been ghosts, or more accurately, had never existed at all. Detectives Ruff and Mischel began the painstaking process of issuing search warrants and court orders. Over the course of the investigation, they would issue more than 20 warrants for phone records, email records, Apple device data, and financial records. They were building a case piece by piece, document by document. When investigators gained access to Debbie's phone records and internet history, they found a treasure trove of incriminating evidence. Even though Debbie had tried to delete some of her searches, forensic technicians were able to recover them. The searches told a story all by themselves. The PNC Bank logo searches, the information about bank fraud, and then those chilling queries. How to load a revolver, what .22 ammunition looks like, the worst places to be hit on the head. These weren't academic questions. These were the searches of someone planning a murder. Investigators also discovered the fake email account Debbie had created, the one she'd used to pose as a fraud claims representative. They found the email she'd sent to herself, trying to create a paper trail that would later explain financial discrepancies. And when they examined the financial records, they found what they'd suspected. The joint account Tom shared with Debbie had been systematically drained. So what had once been a comfortable nest egg had been reduced to just $2,000. The money had been flowing out, and it had been flowing to Debbie. The motive became clear. This wasn't a crime of passion. This wasn't an argument that got out of hand. This was premeditated murder, planned over days or weeks, committed for one of the oldest reasons in the book, money. As investigators dug deeper, they uncovered another layer to Debbie's deception. She had been maintaining a second relationship with another man who had no idea Tom Waddell existed as anything other than a dementia patient Debbie was caring for as a nurse. When detectives interviewed this man, the full scope of Debbie's manipulation became clear. He genuinely thought he was helping Debbie protect an elderly patient from financial fraud. He'd made those phone calls to Tom, posing as a bank fraud investigator, because Debbie had convinced him it was the right thing to do. He'd given Debbie rides on the evening of August 9, driving her around the county to various locations, never suspecting that she was using him to create an alibi and establish a timeline that would distance her from the murder. When he learned the truth, when he discovered that Debbie had been in a relationship with Tom, that Tom was now dead, that he'd been unwittingly manipulated into participating in the setup for a murder, he was devastated. He'd been a tool used and discarded, his good intentions twisted into something dark. Detectives determined that this boyfriend was completely innocent of any involvement in the murder itself. He'd been manipulated, yes, but he hadn't known what Debbie was really doing. He was another victim in a sense. His trust violated. His conscience burdened with the knowledge that his actions, however unintentional, had played a role in Tom's death. While the digital trail and witness interviews were building a compelling case, the physical evidence was equally damning. The glove found in Debbie's zipped book bag near the front door proved particularly interesting. When tested, it came back positive for Debbie's DNA. More significantly, it tested positive for gunshot residue, specifically residue from the murder weapon, from when Tom was shot on August 9, not from when Debbie shot herself on August 10. This meant the glove had been worn during Tom's murder, and then sealed in the bag before the staged shooting the next day. The trash bags and duct tape used to wrap Tom's body told their own story. Forensic analysis found both Tom's and Debbie's DNA on the materials. But most damning was the discovery of Debbie's hair caught in the duct tape she'd used to secure the bags to Tom's feet. That single strand of hair, trapped in adhesive, physically connected Debbie to the disposal of Tom's body in a way that couldn't be explained away. Ballistics analysis on the .22 revolver found that 2 shots had been fired from the weapon. Both were consistent with the injuries. One that killed Tom, one that wounded Debbie. The gun had been purchased by Tom back in 1990, over 30 years earlier. It was his gun, kept in his home, used by Debbie to end his life. When all the evidence was compiled, analyzed, and organized, it painted an unmistakable picture. Deborah Fraser had spent days planning Thomas Waddell's murder. She'd researched how to do it. She'd manipulated others to create a false narrative. She'd stolen his money. She'd killed him with his own gun. And then she'd tried to cover it up by creating an elaborate fiction of a home invasion, even shooting herself to make the story more convincing. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Deborah Fraser's defense crumbled. On March 18, 2024, she appeared before Common Pleas Judge Mark C. Flegel in Muskin County Common Pleas Court. She pleaded guilty to murder with a firearm specification, tampering with evidence, and gross abuse of a corpse. The statement of facts, presented at the plea hearing, laid out everything in stark, unforgiving detail. There was no longer any attempt to deny what had happened. The fiction of the home invasion was gone. In its place was the truth, cold and brutal. After days of planning, on the evening of August 9, 2023, Deborah Fraser had stood behind Thomas Waddell as he sat in his recliner. She'd raised his .22 caliber pistol, aimed it at the back of his head, and executed him in his living room. She'd then set about covering up her crime in dramatic but ultimately unsuccessful fashion. Assistant Prosecuting Attorney John Little spoke at the hearing, his words reflecting the frustration and disgust that many felt about the case. Fraser deserves and will serve a life sentence for her crime, he said. This plea allows her to accept responsibility and eliminates the risks associated with the trial on the horrific and tabloid-esque facts of this case. Prosecutor Ron Welch noted the successful work of his office and local law enforcement in bringing the case to a swift conclusion. In an era when some jurisdictions struggle with years-long delays, not guilty verdicts, and reduced charges, Muskin County had achieved what Welch called swift and fair justice. Detective Brian Ruff, Detective Gary Moore, Detective Jimmy Duvall, and the entire investigative team had done exceptional work. They'd followed the evidence wherever it led. They'd issued more than 20 warrants. They'd interviewed dozens of witnesses. They'd processed thousands of pieces of data. And they'd built a case so solid that even Debbie couldn't deny her guilt. On March 29, 2024, Deborah Fraser was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. After 23 years, she was 36 years old at sentencing. If she serves the minimum term, she'll be 59 years old before she has her first parole hearing. Older than Tom Waddell was when he took her into his life, but he tried to help her when he trusted her. Tom Waddell's funeral was held on August 25, 2023, at E.C. Nuri Funeral Home. His children were there, Olivia with her husband Aaron, Jonah Thomas with his wife Megan, and Cody. His 7 grandchildren attended: Riley Aaron Denton, Lillian Nicole Waddell, Tanner Thomas Denton, Tucker Frank Denton, Autumn Marie Waddell, Walker Craig Denton, and Ethan Thomas Waddell. His sister Patty Frampton was there with her family. They mourned a man who'd been taken from them far too soon, in a way that was senseless and cruel. They mourned a father who'd never get to see his grandchildren grow up. They mourned a man whose kindness had been exploited, whose generosity had been repaid with betrayal, whose trust had led to his death. Tom's obituary spoke of a man who'd lived a full life, who'd loved his family, who'd worked hard and enjoyed his retirement. But it couldn't capture the tragedy of how that life ended. Couldn't express the violation of having someone you cared for, someone you tried to help, turn around and take everything from you, including your life. For Tom's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure, but it couldn't bring him back. It couldn't undo the trauma of learning how he died, of discovering the extent of the betrayal, of knowing that someone he'd loved had plotted his death for weeks. For the community of Zanesville, the case served as a disturbing reminder that evil doesn't always announce itself. Deborah Frazier wasn't a stranger who broke in during the night. She was someone Tom knew, someone he'd been in a relationship with, someone he'd welcomed into his life and his home. Looking back at the case, the warning signs seem obvious. Debbie's history of making false accusations should have raised red flags. Her pattern of creating elaborate fictions, of lying to police, of manipulating situations to her advantage. All of it pointed to someone with a dangerous relationship with truth. The age difference between Tom and Debbie, 30 years, wasn't inherently problematic, but combined with everything else, it suggested a potential power imbalance, a vulnerability that could be exploited. The financial manipulation, the way the joint bank account was steadily drained, should have alerted someone that something was wrong. But Tom probably didn't see these signs. Or if he did, he rationalized them away. He was someone who helped people. He saw the best in others. He gave second chances. These are beautiful qualities in a person. Qualities that make the world a better place. But they're also qualities that can make someone vulnerable to predators. Because that's what Deborah Frazier was. A predator. She identified Tom as a target, someone with resources she wanted. Someone with a kind heart she could manipulate. She cultivated the relationship. She moved into his space. She gained access to his finances. She isolated him from questions or scrutiny by maintaining her other relationship. By creating cover stories, by building a web of lies that kept everyone off balance. And when she'd taken what she could take while Tom was alive, she decided to take the rest. What makes someone capable of this kind of cold-blooded killing? Psychologists and criminologists have studied cases like this for decades, trying to understand what separates those who might think about crime from those who actually commit it. Premeditated murder, the kind Debbie committed, requires several psychological components. First, there's the ability to objectify the victim, to see them not as a person with intrinsic value, but as an obstacle or a means to an end. Tom wasn't a human being with thoughts, feelings, and a family who loved him. He was a source of money, and when the money was gone, he became a liability. And second, there's a profound lack of empathy. When Debbie stood behind Tom's recliner, she would have known what was about to happen. She would have known that Tom was sitting there relaxed, trusting, probably thinking about mundane things like what to watch on TV or what he might have for dinner. She would have known that in a few seconds, all of that would end. A normal person would have been overwhelmed by that knowledge, would have been unable to follow through. But Debbie pulled the trigger. Third, there's the capacity for elaborate deception. Debbie didn't just kill Tom and run. She planned for days, maybe weeks. She conducted research. She manipulated others. She created false narratives. She even shot herself to make her story more believable. This level of planning requires a kind of cold rationality, an ability to think through scenarios, anticipate questions, prepare answers. Fourth, and perhaps most chilling, is the ability to play the victim, even after Tom's body was found. Even when investigators were clearly suspicious, Debbie maintained her performance. She'd shot herself, after all. She'd been transported to the hospital. She'd been genuinely injured. She used that injury as a shield, as evidence that she couldn't possibly be the perpetrator, because look, she'd been victimized too. Debbie's history of making false accusations suggests someone who'd learned over years that playing the victim could be effective. It brought attention, sympathy, resources. It allowed her to control narratives and manipulate outcomes. The fake assault in 2014 and the false attack claim in 2023 weren't isolated incidents. They were practice runs, rehearsals for the ultimate performance in August 2023. The murder of Thomas Waddell isn't just a true crime story. It's a tragedy that offers several painful lessons. First, past behavior is often the best predictor of future behavior. Debbie had a documented history of lying to authorities, of creating false scenarios, of manipulating systems and people. That pattern should have been a red flag to anyone in her life. While most people who make false reports don't escalate to murder, the underlying personality traits, the comfort with deception, the willingness to manipulate, are concerning in any context. Second, financial exploitation often precedes physical violence. In domestic abuse situations, economic control is frequently a warning sign that the situation may escalate. When Debbie systematically drained Tom's bank account, when she created false fraud narratives to explain the missing money, she was showing that she saw Tom's resources as hers to control. From there, it's a smaller step than we might want to believe to seeing Tom himself as something to be controlled, used, and ultimately disposed of. Third, kindness can be exploited. This is a painful truth, one that shouldn't discourage people from being generous and helpful. But it's important to recognize that not everyone deserves trust, that some people will see kindness as weakness, and that maintaining healthy boundaries isn't selfish. It's necessary for self-protection. Fourth, age gap relationships, while not inherently problematic, can create vulnerabilities. Tom was 66, retired, possibly lonely. Debbie was 36, struggling financially, looking for stability. That dynamic created a situation where Tom may have felt grateful for Debbie's attention and been less critical of red flags, while Debbie saw opportunities for exploitation. Finally, the justice system worked as it should in this case. Detective Brian Ruff and his team didn't take Debbie's story at face value. They followed the evidence. They built a thorough case. They didn't rush to judgment, but they also didn't overlook inconsistencies. The result was a conviction that brought some measure of justice to Tom's family. When we hear stories like this, there's always one question that echoes louder than any other. Why? Why did Debbie do it? Was it really just about the money? Tom and Debbie's joint account had only $2,000 left in it by August 2023. That's not a large sum. Not enough to fundamentally change anyone's life. If money was truly the motive, why kill him when there was so little left to take? Perhaps the answer lies in what Tom represented, rather than what he possessed. By August 2023, the financial well had run dry. Tom might have been starting to ask questions about where all the money had gone. He might have been discovering the fraud, the manipulation, the lies. He might have been threatening to end the relationship, to report Debbie to authorities, to reclaim control of his finances. From Debbie's perspective, Tom might have transformed from a resource into a threat. He knew about the depleted accounts. He knew about the fake fraud emails. If he started putting pieces together, if he started investigating, everything would unravel. Debbie's other boyfriend would find out about Tom. Her elaborate web of lies would collapse. She might face criminal charges for theft or fraud. Killing Tom solved all those problems at once. With Tom dead, there would be no one to report the theft, no one to expose the lies, no one to tell the other boyfriend the truth. And if she could successfully stage it as a home invasion, she might even gain sympathy, attention, and potentially access to whatever assets Tom had left, including any life insurance or death benefits. But Debbie underestimated the investigators. She underestimated the power of forensic evidence, of digital trails, of timeline analysis. She thought she could outsmart the system the same way she'd manipulated the people in her life. She was wrong. As we close this story, it's worth taking a moment to remember Thomas Wayne Waddell, not for how he died, but for how he lived. Tom was a man who showed up to work every day at Kroger, who treated customers with kindness, who made his coworkers smile. He was a father who loved his 3 children deeply, who was present in their lives even after retirement. He was a grandfather who delighted in his 7 grandchildren, who made each of them feel special and loved. He was someone who saw people who were struggling and reached out to help them. He was someone who gave second chances, who believed in redemption, who thought the best of people even when they didn't deserve it. These qualities made Tom a good man. They also made him vulnerable to someone like Deborah Frazier, and that's the cruel paradox at the heart of this story. The very things that made Tom worth knowing, worth loving, worth remembering, were the things that put him in harm's way. Tom died in his recliner, in his own home, at the hands of someone he tried to help. He never saw it coming. He never had a chance to defend himself. One moment he was alive, thinking about the ordinary concerns of an ordinary evening. The next moment, he was gone. His family was robbed of years with him. His grandchildren lost the chance to know him better, to hear more of his stories, to receive more of his love. The world lost a decent man who tried to do right by the people around him. Deborah Fraser will spend decades in prison, possibly the rest of her life. She'll wake up every morning in a cell, surrounded by concrete and steel, living with the knowledge of what she did. Whether she feels genuine remorse, whether she understands the magnitude of her crime, whether she thinks about Tom's grandchildren growing up without him, we can't know. What we do know is this. On August 9th, 2023, something precious was taken from the world. A good man died. A family was shattered. And for what? For money that was already spent. For a cover-up that was doomed to fail. For reasons that, in the cold light of justice, make no sense at all. The murder of Thomas Waddell is a story about betrayal, about greed, about the dark places the human heart can go. But it's also a story about good police work, about justice served, about a community that refused to accept a convenient lie when the truth was written in evidence. Tom's life mattered. His death mattered. And perhaps in the telling of his story we can remember both the goodness he brought to the world and the terrible price he paid for trusting the wrong person. Rest in peace, Thomas Wayne Waddell. July 20, 1957 to August 9, 2023. Gone too soon, but not forgotten. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. The night air hung heavy over Fort Worth, Texas on April 15, 2016. For most people in the sprawling city, it was just another Friday evening, winding down into Saturday morning. But for 28-year-old Elizabeth Arauno, this night would be her last. Elizabeth, known affectionately as Betty to her friends and family, had spent the evening doing something perfectly ordinary. She'd gone out for happy hour with her co-workers from the medical facility where she worked as a medical assistant. It was the kind of casual gathering that punctuates the work week for countless people across the country. Conversations about patients, workplace gossip, maybe plans for the weekend. Nothing extraordinary. Nothing that would suggest the horror that awaited her in just a few hours. Elizabeth was the kind of person people naturally gravitated toward. Her family would later describe her as having a natural beauty and a bright smile that could light up any room. She was more than just a sister, more than just a daughter. She was, as her stepfather would later say, the glue that held the family together. At 28, she had already built a life centered around the 4 children she loved more than anything in the world. 4 kids who looked to her for everything, who depended on her presence, her guidance, her unconditional love. But there was something Elizabeth's co-workers that night might not have fully understood. Her life, despite her bright smile and warm demeanor, was in a state of transition. A difficult, painful transition. After 13 years together, Elizabeth had made the decision to leave her husband, Rodolfo Arellano. They had met as teenagers at Diamond Hill Jarvis High School in Fort Worth. Those formative years when everything feels both permanent and impossibly fragile. They'd been high school sweethearts, the kind of relationship that seems written in the stars when you're young. 13 years, 4 children, a lifetime of shared memory. But something had broken between them. The details of what went wrong in their marriage remained private, locked away in the hearts of those who knew them best. What we do know is that Elizabeth had recently separated from Rodolfo. She'd moved out of their shared home just a week before that fateful April night. She'd been staying with her parents, finding her footing, planning for a divorce, planning for a new chapter in her life. As the evening wound down and her co-workers began heading home to their own families, Elizabeth did the same. She'd been careful as anyone might be in her situation. The last phone call she made that night was to a co-worker. A simple message to let them know she'd arrived safely at her parents' home in North Fort Worth. It was late, well past midnight, sliding into those quiet hours of early morning when the world seems to hold its breath. Everything seemed fine. Everything seemed normal. But Elizabeth never made it inside her parents' house. Somewhere in the darkness outside that home, someone was waiting. According to what investigators would later piece together, Rodolfo Arano had positioned himself near his in-laws' residence. He knew Elizabeth was out. He knew she would be coming back. And he waited. In his truck in the shadows. He waited for his estranged wife to return. When she pulled up to her parents' house in the early morning hours, she had no idea she was driving into an ambush. She had no way of knowing that the man she'd spent 13 years of her life with, the father of her 4 children, had transformed into something she might not have recognized. What happened next remains known only to Rodolfo Arellano himself. But the evidence paints a chilling picture. Elizabeth was taken, kidnapped from right outside her parents' home. So close to safety, so close to the people who loved her and would have protected her. Her car was left behind. Keys still in the ignition. Her purse sitting on the passenger seat. Her cell phone abandoned. All the things a person would need. Left behind. All signs that something had gone terribly, horribly wrong. Elizabeth's mother discovered the abandoned car later that morning. Imagine that moment. Walking outside, perhaps expecting to see your daughter sleeping peacefully inside your home, only to find her vehicle sitting empty, the engine cold, the keys dangling in the ignition, the immediate spike of fear, the knowledge, deep in your gut, that something is wrong. She called the Fort Worth Police Department to report her daughter missing. But by the time that call was made, by the time officers began taking down information and asking questions, Elizabeth had already been found. Just not alive. At approximately 3:20 in the morning, on April 16th, 2016, fishermen on Lake Worth heard something that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. In the darkness, out on the water in the quiet hours before dawn, they heard what sounded like screams. Human scream. Then they saw something falling from the Interstate 820 bridge that stretched over the lake. Something or someone plummeting through the darkness into the water below. The fishermen immediately called 911. They reported what they'd witnessed, what they'd heard. In those first confused moments, everyone assumed they were dealing with a suicide. It's a tragic but not uncommon occurrence. Bridges unfortunately attract people in the depths of despair. Law enforcement responded quickly. The Swiftwater rescue team was dispatched to Lake Worth. When they pulled the body from the water, they found a young woman still wearing maroon-colored medical scrubs. But something was immediately terribly wrong. This wasn't a suicide. This was something far more sinister. Tied around the woman's neck was a rope, and attached to that rope was a massive 119-pound chunk of concrete. Not just any concrete, either. Embedded in the concrete block was a piece of wooden fence post, the kind used in residential fencing, the kind you might find in someone's backyard. The weight would have made it impossible for her to swim. Impossible to save herself even if she'd survived the 40-foot fall from the bridge. If she was conscious when she hit the water, and investigators believe she was, she would have been dragged down immediately. The water would have filled her lungs within moments. The medical examiner would later rule her death as drowning, caused by a weight tied around her neck. Elizabeth Arellano, 28 years old, mother of 4, daughter, sister, friend, had been murdered in one of the most brutal ways imaginable. When police connected the body pulled from Lake Worth to the missing person report filed by Elizabeth's mother, the investigation shifted into high gear. This wasn't a suicide. This wasn't an accident. This was capital murder. And someone had gone to great lengths to make it look like something else. Detectives immediately began looking at the people closest to Elizabeth. In cases like this, statistics tell a grim story. When a woman is murdered, especially a woman in the process of leaving a relationship, the perpetrator is most often someone she knows intimately, someone she trusted, someone who felt they had this to lose. Rodolfo Arellano, 31 years old at the time, was brought in for questioning. His story was simple and, on the surface, airtight. He claimed he'd been home the entire night. He said he never saw Elizabeth. He knew nothing about what had happened to her. He played the role of the grieving, confused husband. How could this have happened? Who would do such a thing? But investigators weren't convinced. Something about his story didn't sit right, and when they started pulling phone records and surveillance footage, Rodolfo's carefully constructed alibi began to crumble like sand. Cell phone data doesn't lie. When detectives pinged Rodolfo's phone, tracking its location throughout that night, they discovered something damning. His phone had been in the vicinity of Elizabeth's parents' home during the exact time period when she would have arrived back from her night out. He hadn't been home like he claimed. He'd been exactly where Elizabeth was. Surveillance cameras from businesses near the parents' home captured even more evidence. There was Rodolfo's truck, clear as day in the area. At the critical time, every piece of technology that we rely on in modern life, every digital footprint we leave behind, had betrayed him. But the evidence went beyond just phone records and video footage. Detectives obtained a warrant to search Rodolfo's property, and what they found there sealed his fate. In his backyard, they discovered remnants of concrete, the same kind that had been found attached to Elizabeth's neck. In the bed of his truck, more concrete fragments. In his driveway, more evidence. The rope used to bind the concrete to Elizabeth matched rope found at Rodolfo's residence. And there was something else. Detectives learned that sometime before the murder, Rodolfo had torn down an old fence in his backyard. A fence with wooden posts set in concrete. The same kind of wooden fence post that was embedded in the concrete block tied to Elizabeth's neck. When investigators showed photographs of the rope to Rodolfo's oldest son, the boy recognized it immediately. It looked like rope he'd seen at his father's house. When shown the concrete block, he said it looked similar to ones he'd recently seen in the backyard after his father had replaced the fence. The evidence was overwhelming. Rodolfo Arellano had used materials from his own property to murder his wife. On April 26, 2016, 10 days after Elizabeth's body was pulled from Lake Worth, Rodolfo Arellano was arrested at a convenience store by fugitive officers. He was charged with capital murder. The bail was set at $500,000, and he was taken to the Mansfield jail, where he would await trial. The arrest brought a measure of relief to Elizabeth's devastated family, but it couldn't bring her back. It couldn't undo the horror of what had happened. It couldn't erase the image of her car sitting empty with the keys in the ignition. It couldn't silence the screams the fishermen had heard, echoing across the dark water. Elizabeth's stepfather, Fidel Galvan, spoke to reporters in the days after her death. His words carried the weight of unbearable grief. "She was a lovely, lovely mother," he said. "I want to say a lovely daughter too. She was basically my daughter. She had the ultimate respect for me, as I did for her." You could hear in his voice the struggle to speak about her in the past tense, to accept that this vibrant young woman who had been such a central part of their family was gone forever. Her sisters were equally devastated. Johanna Kelly, one of Elizabeth's sisters, told reporters, "We just want to keep her memory alive." It was a simple statement, but it carried so much meaning. In death, Elizabeth had become a cautionary tale, a statistic, a case number. Her family wanted the world to remember that she was so much more than that. She was a person. She had dreams. She had plans. She had 4 children who needed their mother. A neighbor who knew the family, Diana Ramos, expressed the sentiment that so many people felt when they heard about the case. "How can somebody do something like that?" she asked reporters. "I don't understand how people can be so evil and so mean to another human being." It was a question without a good answer. How does love turn to hatred? How does the person who pledged to spend their life with you become the person who takes your life? In the aftermath of the murder, a GoFundMe campaign was set up to help pay for Elizabeth's funeral expenses. Later, it was updated to help raise funds for her 4 children, now left without their mother. The tragedy rippled outward, affecting not just Elizabeth's immediate family, but the entire community. As the case moved through the legal system, prosecutors in the Tarrant County District Attorney's Office made a significant decision. On September 16, 2016, exactly 5 months after Elizabeth's death, they filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty against Rodolfo Arellano. The brutality of the crime, the premeditation evident in his actions, the sheer cruelty of what he'd done, all pointed toward the ultimate punishment under Texas law. Rodolfo Arellano remained in custody at the Tarrant County Lon Evans Correction Center, held on his capital murder charge. His defense attorney, Richard Henderson, had his work cut out for him. The evidence against his client was overwhelming. The digital trail, the physical evidence, the witness testimony, all of it painted a picture of a man who had carefully planned and executed the murder of his estranged wife. For nearly 3 years, the case wound its way through the court system. 3 years during which Elizabeth's children grew up without their mother. 3 years during which her family struggled to find closure, to understand, to cope with the magnitude of their loss. And then, in late January 2019, something unexpected happened. Rather than face a trial where the death penalty loomed as a very real possibility, Rodolfo Arellano made a decision. On January 30th, 2019, he appeared before a judge and entered a plea of guilty to capital murder. In exchange for this plea, prosecutors agreed not to seek the death penalty. Instead, Rodolfo would be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He would spend the rest of his natural life behind bars. For some defendants, admitting guilt is a calculated move. Nothing more than a legal strategy to avoid the worst possible outcome. But for Elizabeth's family, that guilty plea meant something profound. It meant he couldn't claim innocence. He couldn't spin alternative theories. He couldn't continue to play the role of the grieving husband. He had to stand up in court and admit what he'd done. Prosecutor. Elena Bangs spoke about the impact of that guilty plea on Elizabeth's family. The idea that he is going to admit it and he is going to say that it is him and that he is guilty brought them such a level of peace. She told reporters she went on to describe Elizabeth in terms that captured who she really was. Elizabeth Arellano was a mom and a daughter and a sister and friend, and the people who love her know that they can't have her back. So knowing that he is in prison for the remainder of his natural life, and that is not going to change, and knowing the comfort that brought them is what puts us where we are today. Richard Henderson, Arellano's defense attorney, called the plea the correct resolution to what he termed a difficult case. A mother has been lost and a father has been lost to the children, he noted, acknowledging the terrible reality that those 4 children had lost both parents that night, one to death and one to his own terrible choices. A week after the guilty plea, on February 7th, 2019, Rodolfo Arellano appeared in court again for victim impact statements. This is a part of the criminal justice process that allows the families of victims to address the perpetrator directly, to tell them about the impact of their actions, to speak for the person who can no longer speak for themselves. Elizabeth's sisters, Johanna Poole and Alejandra Poole, both took the opportunity to confront their brother-in-law. These were women who had known Rodolfo for years, who had welcomed him into their family when he and Elizabeth were just teenagers in love. Now they stood before him as he sat in shackles, and they let him know exactly how they felt. Johanna brought a photograph of Elizabeth with her. She held it up and told Rodolfo, "I hope you look at this the entire time I talk to you." Then she said 3 simple words. "I hate you." She went on to describe the impossible task she'd been given after Elizabeth's death. She'd had to go shopping for a turtleneck that her sister would be buried in. Not because Elizabeth would have chosen to wear a turtleneck, but because the rope marks on her neck needed to be concealed for the viewing. Imagine having to do that for your sister. Imagine standing in a store looking at clothing, knowing that you need something to hide the evidence of how brutally she died. Johanna also recounted something Rodolfo had said to her at Elizabeth's burial. He'd told her that he wished it was him in the casket, that he wanted to lay there with Elizabeth. He'd said that when he married her, he knew it would be till death do them part, but he didn't know it would happen so soon. The bitter irony of those words, knowing now that he was the one who caused that death, must have been almost unbearable to recall. "You're a coward," Johanna told him. Elizabeth's other sister, Alejandra, was equally direct. "You are a monster," she said, her voice steady despite the emotion that must have been roiling inside her. "I hate you and I will never forgive you." Alejandra spoke about the impossible conversations she'd had to have with Elizabeth's children, her nieces and nephews, who were now 7, 10, 12, and 14 years old. Children who should have been worried about homework and friends and what they wanted to be when they grew up. Instead, they'd had to grapple with the unthinkable. "I had to tell them that their dad, the person who should have been their protector, killed their mom," Alejandra said. "Can you imagine having to say those words to a child? Can you imagine being one of those children hearing that the person who was supposed to keep you safe was the one who took away the person you needed most?" Elizabeth's stepfather, Fidel Galvan, also spoke. He told the court that he'd asked the children if they had anything to say to their father. Elizabeth's 12-year-old daughter said it wasn't fair that Arellano's family could visit him in prison when she and her siblings couldn't see their mother. It was a child's understanding of justice, pure and heartbreaking. Her 14-year-old brother said he had nothing to say to his father at all. Sometimes silence speaks louder than words. The question that haunted everyone who followed this case was simple. Why? Why would someone do this? What possesses a person to take such a brutal, methodical approach to killing someone they once loved? Someone who was the mother of their children. There are no easy answers, and perhaps no satisfying ones. Domestic violence experts point to patterns that often emerge when relationships end. When one partner decides to leave, when they take steps to exert their independence, it can trigger something dark in the other partner. It's about control, about possession, about the refusal to accept that the relationship is over. Some people, when faced with the loss of that control, when confronted with the reality that their partner is moving on, react with violence. Elizabeth had made the decision to leave. She'd moved out. She was planning to divorce Rodolfo. She was taking concrete steps to build a new life for herself and her children. For some perpetrators of domestic violence, that's when the danger escalates. When their partner is in the process of leaving, when they're at their most vulnerable, statistics bear this out. The most dangerous time for a victim of domestic violence is when they're trying to escape. The premeditation involved in Elizabeth's murder is particularly chilling. This wasn't a crime of passion, a momentary loss of control. Rodolfo had to procure the materials. He had to break up concrete in his backyard. He had to get rope. He had to plan how and when he would do this. He had to lie in wait outside his in-laws' home. He had to overpower Elizabeth, get her into his vehicle, drive her to the bridge. He had to tie that massive concrete block around her neck. He had to push her over the edge. Every step of that process required a choice. A moment when he could have stopped, when he could have turned back. And he didn't. Even after committing the murder, Rodolfo continued with his deception. He played the role of grieving husband. He posted on Facebook, acting concerned about Elizabeth's welfare. He even set up a GoFundMe page to help pay for her funeral, sharing it on social media, accepting donations from people who had no idea he was the one responsible for her death. That level of callousness, that ability to stand beside her family at her funeral knowing what he'd done, speaks to something profoundly broken in his character. Interestingly, investigators found a curious post on Rodolfo's Facebook page from the early morning hours after the murder. Just a couple of hours after Elizabeth had been killed. It was a meme that asked how long a person could go without drinking before they died. He'd commented, "I'm already worried." Was it a cryptic reference to what he'd done? Was it guilt? Was it fear of getting caught? We'll never know for certain what was going through his mind at that moment. The Lake Worth Bridge still stands, of course. Traffic continues to flow across it every day. Commuters making their way to work, families heading out on weekend trips, teenagers with their music turned up loud, everyone going about their normal lives. Most of them probably don't know what happened there in the early morning hours of April 16th, 2016. Most of them don't think about the woman who screamed as she fell from that bridge into the dark water below. But Elizabeth's family thinks about it every day. Her sisters think about the sister they lost. Her stepfather thinks about the daughter he considered his own. Her mother thinks about finding that abandoned car and knowing deep down that something terrible had happened. And her 4 children, now teenagers and young adults, think about the mother who was taken from them when they needed her most. The criminal justice system did its job. In the end, Rodolfo Orlano will never walk free again. He'll spend the rest of his life in a Texas prison, growing old behind bars, removed from society, unable to hurt anyone else. For some people, that's enough. For others, no punishment could ever be sufficient. Elizabeth's case became one of many that highlight the ongoing crisis of domestic violence in America. Every year, thousands of women are killed by current or former intimate partners. The stories vary in their details, but they share common threads. A relationship ending, a partner who can't accept that it's over, an escalation of violence, a life cut tragically short. Elizabeth's story is unique to her, but it's also part of a larger pattern that plays out far too often. In the years since her death, Elizabeth's family has tried to keep her memory alive in the way that Johanna said they would. They remember her smile, her dedication to her children, her work as a medical assistant helping others, her role as the glue that held the family together. They refuse to let her be defined solely by how she died. She was so much more than a victim. She was a whole person with hopes and dreams and people who loved her. As we close this chapter of Elizabeth Arellano's story, it's worth taking a moment to think about the warning signs of domestic violence. If you're in a relationship where you feel controlled, where you're afraid of your partner's reaction to things, where you've been threatened or hurt, please know that help is available. Organizations like the National Domestic Violence Hotline offer resources, support, and safety planning. The most dangerous time is when you're planning to leave or have just left. So it's crucial to have a safety plan in place. Tell people you trust what's happening. Don't keep it secret. Document any threats or violence. Have important documents ready to grab quickly if you need to leave. Have a place to go and people who can help you. Your life is worth protecting. For Elizabeth's family, the guilty plea and life sentence brought a measure of closure. But it couldn't bring her back. It couldn't give those 4 children their mother back. It couldn't undo the trauma and grief that will echo through generations of that family. Rodolfo Arellano sits in his prison cell, and Elizabeth Arellano rests in her grave, and 4 children navigate life without either of their parents. That's the true cost of what happened on that April night in 2016. That's the real legacy of domestic violence. Not just one life lost, but countless lives forever altered. The fishermen on Lake Worth that night heard screams in the darkness. They didn't know who was screaming or why. They just knew someone was in trouble. By the time help arrived, it was too late. Elizabeth was already gone, pulled down into the dark water by the weight tied around her neck, by the weight of a relationship that had become toxic, by the weight of one person's inability to let go. Her story deserves to be told, not just as a cautionary tale, but as a reminder that every victim of violence was a real person with a real life. Elizabeth Arellano was 28 years old. She was a medical assistant. She was a mother of 4. She had a bright smile and natural beauty. She was her family's glue. She was loved. She is missed. And she is remembered. Rest in peace, Elizabeth. Your story has been told. Your life had value. Your memory lives on. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.